This is International Professional Engineer Singh from NCR Faridabad, India, Bharat. This is 24th April 2020, continuation of series of management, quality and this certification of Chartered Engineer in India. Both documents are under Charter, Institution of Engineers Charter. This charter was granted to Institution of Engineers India in 1935 by King George V. Chartered Engineer India designation is mentioned in that charter, and Institution and Professional Engineer, International Professional Engineer is under IntPE, International Professional Engineers Agreement, which is international body having 15 permanent members. Institution of Engineers is also one of those permanent members. Now continuing talk, management. As world is moving every day, COVID-19 issue continues without any halt, without any defeat. Some countries have started removing gradually their lockdowns, but that's not a solution. Of course, we have to live under same circumstances. World is going to change, time is going to change, very important. Change is a must for change, and God has forced human to change. You see what's happened to oil? Oil price market crashed. Just see what actually indirect is. There's no place to store oil even in the US. Forget about Gulf and forget about all. We have drawn too much. We are not using that much, and if we are using that much, it's oil price rise. So whatever I say is very general. That whole world is sleeping now, sleeping in a way. They are not working because of COVID-19, which is a grave problem. Well, it's okay. Let me welcome Mr. Chaudhary, Raju, you're welcome. Now continuing about management, which I said. Now before management talk, I'll just like to add something to that. Add something to it from some statutory point of view, legal point of view, and that legal point of view, there are certain terms which are used in every country and of course in our country, and that terms are, for example, certain definition involves constitutional, statutory, contractual, regulatory, like that. What does it mean actually? We should understand first. We cannot understand management until we understand all this. This is not talk of law, but general knowledge one should have regarding law. When we talk of every country, we talk of something like constitution or like some law in that country. For example, England has unwritten constitution. They say they don't have constitution. In fact, there's a Magna Carta, which is just a common guidance, and we have here a constitution. Like America has one constitution, and like every country has certain kind of constitution. So it may be called by name of a constitution, it may be called by name of a law or something else. It doesn't matter what constitution is. For example, we have certain kind of constitutional, we say it's Constitution of India. It's constitution, if something is constitutional, not constitutional. What does it mean? And something is statutory or not statutory, what does it mean? And something is, you can say, contractual or not contractual. When we talk of contract, it may be whatever contract, design contract, or it may be construction contract, or whatever, supply contract or services contract. Contract is contract. Where does this word come from? Means what is contract actually when you say contract? Do we understand what is that? Maybe engineers understand at senior level, but generally they don't understand what is a contract. I should say it's a term which is given in certain law. Otherwise, it has no meaning. You cannot simply say contract is a private word. It's not a private word. It's a word per law, per statute. We have a contract act in our country, and similarly all other countries do have certain contract acts under which all contracts are executed, reached, agreed upon. Even if you travel by bus or train or by flight, you get a ticket, and that ticket is a contract. In fact, in legal terms, if you pay some services and service provider uses services, that's a type of contract. Contract of service, contract of travel, contract of work, contract of whatever. So contract, we say, is a contract which is mentioned. What is contract? But why, how, from where this act came, question arises. Why was it required? Contract is very important term because we are dealing with contract. So we have to understand contract first. Somebody asked me yesterday, I want to know which is contract management best book. How can I reply that? But first you understand what is contract. It's not name. It's not some name. It's a command. It's some authority. It's some term. That term is used every day, everywhere, but we do not understand that correctly. If you buy something, that's a contract. You pay for that. That payment is consideration, and that person who is selling me, that is another party. So I am one party who is going to buy something, a party which is going to sell something. There are two parties now. I am paying because I am an employer for that person, that item. I am buying that, and that person is paying me, giving me that item, selling me that item. That person is another party, second party. So that person is, for that purpose, employee. You can say employer and employee, or service provider. I am customer. Like that you may say. The contract is under law. This contract act is a statute of our country, also in other countries. That is statute from where? Why you call it statute? Because it was approved by Parliament. So it's our process, the Parliament has to approve that, so that's called contract under Parliament Act. So it is a statutory document because Parliament Act is a statute. It's lawful document. It's not private document. It's under constitution of our country. This is a contractual document, not sorry. It's constitutional document. It is not unconstitutional, means it's legal document. But what is constitution then? If I say the statutory document under which contract is mentioned, so what? Because constitution allows Parliament to enact laws. So whatever is mentioned in constitution, whatever is mandated in constitution, all that is constitutional. Example, President of India is constitutional. Example, Vice President is constitutional, Prime Minister is constitutional, Judiciary is constitutional. Like that, whatever authority is mandated in our constitution is called constitutional authority or constitutional provision. Name of our country is Bharat and India, that is constitutional name. We cannot say otherwise. If you say something else, that is unconstitutional. We have to understand first, where do we stand? What is our country? Our country legally is constitutional country because constitution has been given to us by ourselves. Preamble clearly says what preamble. I'm just trying to tell you how does it relate, how contract and management relate to some documentation. Our first law, prime law, super law of this country, Bharat India, is Constitution of India, which is covered by preamble of India. Preamble is the structure of this constitution, the design of this constitution, principles of this constitution are mentioned in our. So there's a constitutional preamble, you can say. It's not ordinary preamble. Every statute has got preamble in beginning, but this is preamble of constitution, which is highest page of constitution. No one can touch it. There are so many restrictions and everything. So what I'm trying to say, I'm not going to speak out what is preamble in this because that's not the subject. I'm just trying to explain this constitution. Constitution is public document, official public document, first public document in this country because it was approved by public, it was designed by public, it was given to public, it was adopted by public, and it's law enacted by public. Though there are supports from committee, constitutional committee, that's something else, but ultimately at end public adopted this, public approved this, so it is enactment of public, not by Parliament. There's a difference. Constitution of this country is public adopted document, it's public enacted documents, public is Parliament there, you may say that. For Constitution of India, public is Parliament. So this is a public document as well as Constitution itself. Constitution here means charter. Do you know what is charter? Charter is a written document given by sovereign for rights, which gives rights, mentioned rights, written rights. And that sovereign is public here, not king. That's why I say this is a charter for this country, how this country is going to be managed. Privately or publicly or legally or constitutionally or whatever way, what shall happen in this country shall happen according to constitution of this country. So constitution is a charter for everybody. Public charter it is. It's not royal charter, it's public charter, above royal charter. So this is first document we have to understand when we talk of constitution, when we talk of contracts, we talk of management or something, because some term has to come from somewhere. It's not privately adopted term. First is constitution, then it is statute. What is a statute? A statute is nothing but Parliament Act. It can be Parliament Act, it can be Legislative Body Act, or whatever is called statute. Depending upon if it applies to a whole nation, it's called Parliament Act. If it applies only to states, it's called State Act. So that is another document. Means Constitution applies to whole nation. It's not private. This document, then comes Parliament Act or State Act, which is also law. And if it is Parliament Act, it applies to whole nation, geography of this nation, or also to those places which are covered under this region but located at overseas offices, overseas areas. And then comes state laws. So these are the Architects Act, Chartered Accountants Act, Chartered Accountants, or our charter itself, IEI charter, are so many thousands of laws are there. These all called statutes, or we can say Parliament Acts. And also those pre-independence acts which are still in force, those are also called same, they have same power. Then comes something else. We say for everything Parliament cannot make laws because they are not specialist people. They can make laws for general arrangements, general laws. Something is there, for example, they don't understand what's procedure in engineering, what's procedure in mechanism, what's procedure in medical, all that. There are certain restrictions that Parliament cannot do itself. In old days, when we were not independent, there was used to be a permission from, there was a law under which, power was granted by delegation to certain bodies which were not under Parliament. Those bodies were authorized to enact laws for themselves. To an extent, those limitations were respected, and those laws are called delegated legislations, or you can say bylaws were drafted by them. Those piece of law, whatever it was, called delegated law, a law to be drawn, to be designed by that body for this, subject to approval by Parliament, or if it is ordered, subject to automatic approval. That is delegated legislation, bylaw you can say. Those bylaws are also equivalent to Parliament Act. And under those bylaws there were some rules and regulations which are called regulations, and then orders. Like this goes on like that. So you can say constitution, then statute or act, and then you can say bylaw, and then you can say regulations, orders, etc. This is a sequence. We live in that kind of legal environment ourselves. Then under the same constitution, there are everybody, everyone is covered, every authority is covered, every institution is covered. Who are named or unnamed, they are covered. All Parliament Acts are covered under Constitution. All orders, regulations are covered under Constitution. If something goes against principles of Constitution, that is called unconstitutional. And if something complies with Constitution, that is called legal. That's called constitutional. This background I am just giving you because I am going to explain some management issue, some quality issue. We should understand from where actually those terms have been derived. When somebody says this authority is not constitutional, it means this is not according to Constitution of India or under principles of Constitution of India. That's what we call it. Or this is just private. Even if it is private, you say something is private doesn't mean this is not acceptable. Private is also accepted there. For some associations or bodies, NGOs, these are all not government related, but these are privately owned, yet it is legal because it is according to law, according to, for example, Societies Act, according to Companies Act, according to so many acts, trust. All these are legal but private properties, private bodies. So we have to understand actually what we are. Where sometimes we say this is a public document, this is a private document, public document, this is a private document. Public document is open to public. Of course, this is a registered document. Private is also a registered document, but that depends on up to what extent the can be disclosed. So what I mean to say, we as engineers and public must understand what we talk of. Sometimes we do not understand anything, we just talk of. That's the problem here. We should understand first what we are talking about. For example, a book is published. Who publishes? Publisher publishes that book. And what is publisher? Publisher is a registered company. But what is book? It's private or it's public or it's official or unofficial. That classification must be understood. Book is written by an author. Author means writer of that book. That author is owner of copyright of script, while publisher is owner of publication and you can say author, owner of its complete publication. No one can publish it again without permission of that publisher or author. That's law. But how these laws are there? Author is also statutory term. It's in some statute. Author is not only work done by some person which is in a status of writing or copyright. It's called authorship. Author is a statutory term. Similarly, that is a company, publishing company, that is a statutory term. And also, there is number is given of publication. That number is ISNB, sometimes it's called. That's international term. That is also legal because that's according to that law. So here are certain points that we have to understand. Where law applies, where it doesn't apply. Law applies there for author. Law applies there for publisher. Law applies there for registration of that book, that is ISNB or there are 2-3 numbers there. So those are regular numbers, those are statutory numbers, maybe international statute or national statute, it doesn't make a difference. Similarly, there are certain designations like you can say under Architect Act, architect is designation. So that architect designation is also statutory because it is mentioned, is mandated in the statute. Similarly, there is a designation engineer. Its designation comes from where? It comes from, you may say engineer means a person who has qualified engineering. Well, that is something else, that is educational related. But when engineer has to sign, it is registered and enrolled. Institution of Engineers India of this country is chartered body, is authorized by charter, IEA charter, Institution of Engineers charter for certain activities, for certain mandate, application, or you can say promotion of engineering, sciences, businesses, advancement, promotion, everything. For that objective, IEI or Institution of Engineers Charter was given, awarded to this body. That body is called the Institution of Engineers India. That is a body. Of course, this body is owned by private public members of this body. This is not owned by government of this country, but power it has, that is from Royal Charter. That charter is a constitution. This is a charter granted to this body by king of that time, and now it is understood that it's by public or president or law. So this royal charter is a piece of law under which is mentioned that designation charter engineer can be used, designation fellow of institution can be used, designation member of institution can be used, designation associate member can be used, designation honorable member or honorable life member can be used. There's so many designations are there, and what a role of the institution is mentioned here. So those authorities, those activities, those designations are all legal, are all statutory. This certificate I'll usually show to you, chartered engineer, this is that chartered right, this is a chartered privilege, chartered power, chartered authority. It cannot be called private authority. This is given by nation to a person. This corporate member they call. Every member, permanent one, it is called corporate member of that institution, and this person, corporate member, all of these three, F, M and A, M, are automatically designated Chartered Engineer India in this country. This is a law of this country. But it is not mandatorily applicable because it's your choice whether you want to use this designation or you don't want to use this if you are registered of your own roll of membership. That's the only difference. Means just like an architect is registered in the Council of Architecture Register, here engineer is on roll of membership, corporate membership, and also professional engineer designation and international professional designations are there according to this law. Professional engineer is awarded according to bylaws of this institution, and also international professional engineer is according to bylaws as well as by IPEA, which is International Professional Engineers Agreement. This is international agreement. This is agreement agreed by many nations, 15 nations currently, big nations like America, Canada, Japan and all that. So that designation comes from there. So these designations, these titles are public titles and are called, you can say, legal titles. So that is why I am trying to say now we are talking of contract. What is contract actually? Contract is mentioned according to Indian Contract Act. This is not private term. If you say I have contract, even this verbal contract or written contract doesn't make a difference as far as both parties agree. So a party which is offering, which is say a party which makes payment is called consideration. If I am a party, I am agreeing in contract with some other party, I want some work to be done, that party can do that work. So I am their employer for that work. That party which is doing work, they call you can say employee in some sense, or because I am customer, that party is service provider. It's like that. So employer is a contract term. What employee is, it's a contract term. Or what service provider is a contract term, you can say. Customer is a contract term, you can say. So party 1 is called who makes payment. Party 2 means that receives payment. Payment is nothing but consideration. So if consideration is mentioned on some services or some sales, I can say that consideration is payment, and without consideration no contract exists. So contract means there are two parties. Party number 1, that's employer, that's called employer. Party number 2, that's employee, or party 2. These are contractual terms. You cannot say there's a private work or this work or that work. I'm just trying to explain because every concept should be clear. Concept is not clear to many people. Contract is not clear to many people in this country. I just want to make clear this term and this concept of what we are living in. When I say we agree contract, or we say contract, this person is a contract. We say contract, but public doesn't understand what contract is. We say this person is contract and this person is employer, or this is government, or this is something else. They do not differentiate between two. Both are equal according to law. A contractor as well as an employer. I am calling contractor because there is a contract. Though both are contractors. In fact, you see, both are contractors. People don't understand this. There is a contract under statute. That's called title contract. Whatever title is there, I am not talking about that. Document is a contract. Who signed this contract? Both parties signed. Party 1, party 2, both signed that. And there are some witnesses. Witnesses something else. My question is party 1 and party 2, who are they? Both are contractors. They have agreed for something to move on that track for this duration, for this consideration. I am government, I am also a contractor in this case. This contractor is of course a contractor because he agreed to this contract and I also agreed to that contract. So both agreed. We are contractors for each other in that sense. But people don't understand this. Oh, this is ठेकेदार, this is contract. It is certain legal term. Titles are there, designations are mentioned in contract. The party 1 in that contract is employer. Party 2 is employee or service provider. I can avail any service. I am called employer to get that service from some party, and that party is either a contractor, or you can say employer, or a service provider. This is explanation of these two terms, but you just think contractor is something remote, obsolete term, a dirty term. No, it's not that. Contract system has a definition. If you read Indian Contract Act, you will understand that. So both are on equal footings. No one is superior, no one is inferior. Because it's a contract for a payment, for a consideration. You do this, you get this. This is time, this is my scope of work, this is my duration of work. I'll pay you this much for this. If this work is done in this time, according to requirement of my contract, according to these references, and if you don't do, I will charge this much from you as my compensation. This kind of contract conditions. But both I agree, so both are actually parties on that. You should not say contract means contractor. No. Contractor means authority. Contractor means a reference. Contractor means a charter between two parties. An agreement between two parties, contract agreement. Two parties agreed together for something, that is contract. There is no contractor. Simply saying, there is no contractor. If the contractor, employer and contractor, yes, that can be said for differentiation. But both are contractors. I also agreed, you also agreed. No difference. This we have to understand clearly. So we write in contracts, this party, here was this such and such, here and called employer. So we just mentioned that employer for work, not for contract. Employer for certain work or services, and other party is contractor for that services or for that work. That is different. Because in that case, that person accepted some responsibility to deliver. And this person accepted, if that service is delivered, I will make you this payment. This is all, nothing else. We just confuse ourselves. So contract and contractor are different titles. Contract is a legal document between two parties who agreed for something, and contractor is a designation for activity. Only for activity, not for document. Document is contract, applicable to both. So both are contract authors. Both are contract authors, party 1 and party 2. Both agreed, whatever they agreed is authorship. Is a charter for both according to their conditions, but service is contract, means whatever service that party provides, whatever that delivers to this party, that work is contract. You have to understand it differently. Sometimes it is confusing because words are used like that. If you simply say, okay, I am employer, you are employee, finish, you finish it. Employment contract, what it is? Man say this employment contract. I join this company agrees with me some contract. I call a appointment letter or something, but this is a contract with two parties. This is my employer, I am employee. Actually, that is reality. I may be employee on role, I may be employee on some contract, I may be employee on something else, some conditions, or even I am outsourced. It's one and the same thing. I am charging this money from you on these conditions, and you are paying this money to me on these conditions. I am delivering to you service. That's all, nothing else. I am not your slave, you are not a master. I am serving you, you are paying me. I am working for you, you are paying me. It's one and the same thing. We have to be very clear. Contract is a statutory term. It's not my choice, it's not your choice. It's choice of none. It's choice of one, and that is document. If you agree, it's contract. If you don't agree, there's no, yes, there is verbatim contract. I say, I told you before, I am taking a flight ticket. We fly. When I am flying, or until that ticket is valid, this is a contract. Contract with flight, airlines and travelers, passenger. That flight accepts that I will take you, I will travel, I will give a journey to you from this point to that point, and I am charging this ticket. So this is a contract. Ticket is a contract. There is no need of separate contract. Ticket itself is a contract document. And it applies to bus ticket, it applies to railway ticket, it applies somewhere. Or if you hire someone for some, you hire a labor, for example, a worker, a mason, a carpenter in your home for something, and you pay that's also a contract. Because that person agreed, I am working for you for 1 day, you have to pay me this much, you are an employer and I am your contractor. So that is so simple. This point I am just trying to stress to you, because this is very, very fundamental term, but unknown and unclear to many. Contract, if you say contract act, is so simple. They will still say A party is this and B party is this, C party is this. They will explain like that. They have explained like that. But we have to realize that point. So when I talk about management, there are so many issues. We say there is a contract, there is specification, there is this and they are drawing and all that. Those are all documents. Documents, there may be many contracts, design contract, there may be construction contract, there may be services contract, there may be maintenance contract, there may be this contract, that contract, this contract, that contract. Many contracts are applicable on one project, which you may not consider. Subcontracts, not only contracts, there are subcontracts. Subcontract means if I am a contractor with some party, some government or some private company, or with someone, whoever is there, we have a contract between our party. I am suppose contractor, as I said, and that party is employer. We have a contract, then I can, if I am not able to do that work myself, I can do that, I can award that part of that work or some of that work or total of someone else. Who knows that work? So that further agreement is called subcontract. But that should be permission of main party. I call it employer. As I said, party 1 is employer, party 2 is to work with. This is called real contract in terms of that. So party 2 can further order this work to be some other party to do under permission of party 1, and that is called subcontract. It can be subcontract, it can be delivery on sub-delivery, like that. So we say service subcontract. So that is also that, but that subcontract is a part of contract. It's a contractual subcontract. So there are two things. Agreement, contract agreement is contractual document, because this is according to Indian contract or some other country's contract act. Contract is not, you can say, it's not statutory. Contract is in itself is not statutory. Contract is a word mentioned in statute, so title contract is according to contract law, or Indian contract or other countries' contract. Contract is statutory term, but document is not statutory. That contract you agree with some other party, that is not a statutory document, that is simply a document. A document agreed by two parties, between two parties, for two parties. You can say document agreed between two parties, by these parties, between these parties, for this work. That is called a contract, but this term contract is statutory, but document is not statutory. Contents are not statutory, contents are between two parties, agreed between two parties, agreed by these parties for this work. Those contents are not statutory, those contents are specific. Agreed by, and this agreement of both parties is, you can say, this defines, you define duties of both parties, this defines responsibilities of both parties, this defines the role of both parties, and whatever is defined there for this party, that is called chartered rights. We agreed for each other, these are your rights and privileges, this is your duty, you have to pay to me this much. This is a kind of, you can say, between these two parties, this is an agreement, or rights are defined for these parties, mutual rights, which may be clear that depends later on, but they presume both are clear to each other, both understand each other, there is nothing left as deficiency, and that is called mutual charter, mutual rights, mutually agreed premises, mutually agreed terms and conditions, reciprocal arrangement, and that is called reciprocal charter for each other. This point we really understand is better, as much as you can understand, you can think on, because books cannot teach everything. Something is understood by, you can say, acts, by, you can say, experience and your personal understanding. If you go to lawyer, he will simply say, oh, this is a contract act, you, and then simply, but that's not enough. Application of act we have to understand, because we do not understand yet this is related to act or related to law or related to, it is given every year. Document, if you read Evidence Act you understand, Evidence as that Parliament Act which mandates what is evidence admissible in court and what is evidence not admissible in court, what is private document, what is public document, all that definition must be explained. And then there is General Clauses Act, which gives you what is, many terms are defined in that. So what I say, before understanding contract management, we have to understand contract, and before we understand contract, we have to understand some degree of some limit of law, which is general, which you don't need any legal degree for that, which is a common sense. Like we say cat and bat and rat in English, same thing is here. Constitution and statute and law and all that. If you cannot understand this, you cannot call yourself general person. You have to understand that. Maybe you missed that sometime in your life, but now you have to understand, because if you are a responsible engineer, if you are not only engineer in any profession, you go there in field and you deal with so many parties, and if you can't understand that, you can't work on that, you will always be confused whether I have done right or I have done wrong. You will always say that. You always say that. I am not going into details of this discussion, I am just trying to communicate to you people that just differentiate what you do. If you are an engineer by title, you are an architect by title, you are a statutory person in that case. Just mind it. If you say this is a doctor, MBBS doctor, or this doctor or that doctor is MBBS or practitioner because of what? Because of registration. Registered under council or registered under whatever body. Similarly, architect is statutory. Similarly, advocate is statutory. All these are statutory positions because these come from some statute. Chartered accountant, chartered engineer, architect, doctor, medical, all nurses, chemists. All these titles come from certain statutes. That is why this is statutory, otherwise these are not statutory. A shopkeeper is not statutory because it doesn't come from act. It's business, shop, vendor. But this is contractual because that person deals sales contract. That person deals whatever job is, that is vendor, that is business, different kind of act, but it is commerce. So what I am saying is, we have to understand reality of life. Just like we say, I'll say something, United Nations. What is that? What do you understand by United Nations? United Nations is a chartered body. You must have heard United Nations Charter, UNO Charter. Did you ever think on what is that? UNO is a world body, membership of which are all countries. It is all those countries agreed all together that this body will be constituted by all these countries. So UNO is a constituted body by all world countries. All world countries agreed that this is authority of this body, this charter of this body. So that body is based on agreement of all world countries. So that is chartered body, it is called, UNO it is called, and it has got many of its association, many of its components, many of its, you can say, limbs or wings, all those are under UNO Charter. We have to understand like that, means agreement by all. So agreement between two, agreement between 10, it depends. Where rights are mentioned, applicable rights, legal rights, not illegal rights, where rights and privileges are mandated, that is called law. Where these are exclusively private, this is not called law. Examples we have in Constitution, let us say fundamental rights, you can say fundamental rights. Definition of a state, you may say, then what is executive, our union. Then it says what is your judiciary, what is your legislature, what are your private bodies or others, and also panchayats, you say panchayat raj, municipality, state, associations. Wherever you go, you will find these words are mentioned, are scripted in our constitution. Otherwise you cannot write that, you cannot call that. Institution of panchayat is there institution in our constitution. Judiciary is defined in constitution. Executive is defined in constitution. Parliament is defined in constitution. You can say CAG is defined in constitution. Election Commission is defined in constitution. And there are so many so forth these are. Whichever authority is defined, whichever right is defined, whichever duty is defined. For example, 51A article defines fundamental duties of citizens. This is also constitutional. You cannot say no. Even if it is statute, you cannot say no. This is constitution on top statute. This point we must understand. These are not according to my choice or your choice. These are according to constitution choice. No one can say no to that. Yes, you may recognize it or you may not recognize. It doesn't make a difference on that power. It doesn't make a negative impact on that power. It's only your mind which is rubbish, not that document, not that power. Until that constitution is there, until that statute is there, you cannot defy it. If you defy, you go against constitution, you can be imprisoned. If it is proved that you defied and it harms someone, subject to that. If you defy it and it harms someone, it's proved, then you can be imprisoned. If it is before judiciary, it's for 7 years, and it's before public authorities of 3 years. Just keep that in mind. Why it's not done? Because nobody goes to that way, nobody goes to that extent, but there is a law. So we have many terms here. We can say constitution, we can say statute, we can say state statute, we can say regulations, before the bylaws, regulations, orders, and this. They are a chain of law, framework of law. And there is a case law also. Case law means there are higher judiciary. For example, Supreme Court, High Court. These courts are powerful. High Court is for one state and Supreme Court is for whole state. And if it's assumed that judge or judiciary has to respond to your problems, they have to solve your problems, they have to deliver judgments to you as far as possible. According to law, judges cannot go against law. That is also true because they are bound. They are also chartered bodies. They are the chartered people. The charter means they have charter. They are appointed under charter and the constitution, and they have responsibility that they have to deliver judgment. And in case, and judgment is not personal. You cannot say, but it's not arbitrary. No arbitrary judgment is applicable in this country. It should be speaking judgment. Speaking judgment means it should tell you reasons why this judgment is delivered. It should explain circumstances. It should explain your rights and other parties' rights. and then only judgment can be given in writing. That's called a speaking judgment. It cannot be said, oh, because I am saying this right. No, it's not that. You have to tell, you have to do explanations, as much explanation as possible. And because of that, if there is a case that answer is not available, High Court judge or Supreme Court judge is not able to answer that question, itself is a question then. It's duty of that judge at that time for that law, for that you can say case, petition, he has to find an answer. If there is no law which can give that answer, it's duty of judge to research on that, to conduct research on that, to innovate and reach an answer according to its own will, according to its own mindset, according to its own prerogative, according to its own thinking, what is justified and what is unjustified, and deliver that judgment which is not according to any law available. That is called another law, that is called new law for that case, and that is called case law. Case law has same power as statute. If it's by Supreme Court, it's Parliament statute. If it's by for state, it's statute. This is empowered as statute until either it is repealed by Parliament or it's enacted by Parliament. If it's enacted by Parliament, then this case law finishes and that law comes into force. Otherwise, this law remains in force as case law. And if it's by Supreme Court, it's applicable all over territory of this country, or it's by High Court applicable to that jurisdiction. This is our system. We cannot go behind that. I'm not talking about law, I'm just giving you a brief description, because I have every day talk of quality, I talk of system, I talk of this and that, but actually there remains some confusion everywhere, because we don't have any normal background of law even, we don't have any preliminary background of law, though we are not interested in that. So if you are not interested in a student life, you have to study your professional life. In profession, we and particularly civil, electrical, mechanical engineers deal with these laws. Virtually they deal with contracts. IT, I am not talking of IT, I am not talking of management people, I am talking engineering. Management people, they don't involve in contracts, particularly construction contracts or some machinery contract or some factories contracts or some other deliveries of items. Only these engineers and architects, of course. Architects are also involved in that. So these professionals always deal with contracts. They work in design, or they work in prosecution of site, or they work in where else, supplies or somewhere else. These people have every day to deal with these contracts, and if they don't understand what are contracts, they cannot work successfully. They will cause errors on those contracts, which errors would give benefit to one party and loss to another party. That's why I'm saying it is very necessary to get into touch with what contracts are, and that's why I'm talking about this. So I think might have understood little about contracts. It's too little. You can say not even 0.1%, 0.01%. But name is important. Just like we say in Constitution Article 1A, name of this country is Bharat, India. But unfortunately, people do not understand this, though it's on one page, just like that. How many people do we understand? We do not understand. Hardly 0.1% people understand this. Others do not understand. They say this name India, this is Bharat, this is Hindustan, this that, because they are not clear about that. It's like, pen name, they use to say pen name. Oh, my name is this, my home name. My pen name is simply say. Pen name is not legal. Alias is not legal. Both are illegal. Real name is illegal. If my name is that, I have to take oath in that name only. No other name I can take oath under. Just you have to take that point. There are so many such things. For example, preambles are there. We don't understand them. What are preambles? People take it lightly. Oh, nothing. They don't understand. They don't understand. There is a security guarantee in that. If you go through preambles rightly, there is a security to citizens for this. It's clearly written that, but people don't understand. If you go through these lines, you can say, we people of this country, Bharat, India, having solemnly resolved to constitute ourselves, and these are 5 points of constitution, which are this sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, to secure its citizens. You understand that? to secure to its citizens these points, 5 points, and then to secure to citizens. Secure what? What is secure? Security, warranty. I secure this. I am surety for you. It shall remain safe. This means that it's under my custody. It shall remain. We are under custody of Constitution. Try to understand this point. When I say Constitution, it means Constitution protects me under its power, under its operation, under its act, and secures for what? Justice, liberty, equality. These three authorities, these three empowerments are secured to me. Justice is secured to me, social, economic and political justice. Similarly, liberty is secured to me, liberty to think, to write, to speech, to worship, etc., etc. It's secured to me. And equality is secured to me, equality of opportunity and status. These 3 points are secured to me. And this for what? For ambition. That mission is brotherhood, fraternity, national integrity. All that go to that achievement. If I don't have these 3 points secured to me, I cannot get brotherhood. We will break, public will break. We will not be an integral nation until justice, liberty and freedom, liberty and equality is secured to citizens of this country. That's well we understand. This is overall contract and death, overall law for everybody. This point we must understand, because everything comes from that constitution. Even judge comes from that constitution, prime minister comes from that constitution, president and citizen is their honor of constitution. This is that says we people. We people means whole nations public, our nation's public is this constitutional honor. Constitutional honor means public of this country. So who is highest? Public is highest. Not parliament, not judiciary, not executive, not president, not president. Public is highest. Simple answer is that. And public has guaranteed to itself all these 3: justice, liberty, equality. This you understand. It comes from there, which these people cannot understand, who do not know law, who do not know what is this constitution, who never opened book of constitution and just speaking the thing. And that's why I say I don't like this politics. I don't like this politics because these are illiterate people. Illiterate means only speaking. Habit of America, speak. Habit of Arab, speak. Habit of many other countries, speak. Don't read, don't write. They don't want to write, they don't want to speak, they don't want to understand, but they speak. Speak has got no meaning if it is not referenced. If there is no reference, speak is meaningless. Why in parliament they don't speak unnecessarily? They know it will be recorded. They are all being punched. They are afraid there, but outside they bark like anything. They bark any statement. They don't bother. But there they speak very slowly, rightly, thinkingly. No, this will come on their heads. This will be recorded on journal of parliament, and journal is statutory. Parliament journal is statutory. It's gadget type, like a gadget. It's like a gadget. Why I am taking this much time to explain to this? Because I am also going to start some topic, maybe soon, within 2-3 days, about one charter of Institution of Engineers India, and also about FIDIC, that is contracts, international system of contracts, that's called FIDIC, FIDIC. I shall interact with you people about these 2 important documents, because charter of Institution of Engineers India tells something about engineers and engineering in this country, whereas FIDIC is a document for composition of contracts, how contract conditions should be established. And these are very important for civil engineers, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers in particular, because without understanding of these documents, you cannot work rightly, you cannot work, to understand legally, you cannot understand what's your role. You only do technically. Technically is one part, but control of those technically under law is another part. Sales, what is not sales, what are losses, all that. Wherever you deal with finances, where they will deal with courts, where you deal with parties, all those are such points which must be cleared, which must be clarified. I am not expert of that, but my experience gives me some input, and I want to share that input to you so that you can get from that feedback some knowledge, because I suffered a lot in my life due to this. Later on I try to read all these documents. I am not lawyer, I am not advocate, but it doesn't make you, it doesn't prohibit you, if you are not a lawyer, not to read documents. I have mind, you have mind, we can read documents. Nobody is going to stop you. Even if you read Sanskrit in Ramayana and Mahabharata, you don't need any legal permission. Like that, you can read whatever document you want to read. But of course, I am not going to practice in court. I am not a lawyer, so I need not worry about that. But my knowledge of this subject in my profession is useful. That's my criteria, my mission. So I try to think today or yesterday that I should share with you such. This is a very small point, because contact is very unlimited. Similarly, contact is very vast actually, and I am unhappy that our engineers in this country are not inclined to understand that. When I was young, it was 1986. I was posted on one job in Qatar, and they were consulting from British. Generally, they used to consult from Britain, and when they used to come to us and conduct meetings. And dealing with work and progress and all that, the contract conditions, I really was not aware of all this, but the way they conduct, they used to talk something in meeting, I was really surprised. Means these legal words they know. These legal words, very complicated legal words. That engineer, chartered engineer, who was manager of that project as consultant, and they used to raise these points, and we had to respond to that. And I also was trapped somewhere because of this contract, so I was beaten in a sense. I was professionally beaten in that case. I had to understand. I learned from that point onward, and I learned a lot. I'm happy that I learned at least something. I can say that experience makes you professional. It's not your duty or your degree of engineering that makes you professional. Degree is very small knowledge, you can say. It's technical knowledge, it's engineering knowledge, it's not practical knowledge. Even if you practice technicalities of that, or theories of that, or in practice or in tutorials, but when you are projected to working field, you are in darkness. If you don't have experience, you are in darkness. Yes, you can read drawing, you can understand drawing, but you don't know what is this drawing. Title is there, everything is there, technically you know, but you don't understand legal meaning of drawing. That's the point. That point must be clear. People want to get many designations. I have seen I want to be professional engineer, I want to be chartered engineer, I want to be this and I want to be that. They just want to be, but they don't know why they want to be. What's ambition, what's mission they want to get? Just seal they want, or they want to understand power of that, responsibility of that. Power never comes alone. It comes with responsibility, it comes with obligation, it comes with liability and accountability. Power is not your servant, you are servant to power. If you do not know how to achieve power, how to grab power, how to use that power, you are not professional. Power doesn't mean fire, it means your work. If you work something, you don't know what you have worked, you don't understand the meaning, and when you are trapped somewhere, then you understand power. Just like until you do not know law of this land, you say, what is law? No law is there. What is discipline? Until you are trapped, you do not know. Once you have you are under some FIR, you understand very well what is law. When you go to court, you understand what is law. It's same thing. Without experience, you cannot understand. You can only comment something which you do not know what you are commenting for. But you comment something without thinking, and that's what I say. Do not comment anything. Don't comment on anything without thinking. Because there are many authorities in this country we do not understand law, but they are big bodies, big authorities. They do not know they do not know what they are doing, for what they are doing, why cases are dropped in, why they lose cases in court, because they were unaware of that. Because they were unaware, they could not comply with that, they could not implement that, and they lost those cases in courts. This happens, often happens. So my dear friends, my purpose was that I wanted to enrich your negative knowledge to some positive aspect, because I know you have knowledge, but that is negative knowledge. You want to condemn something without knowing why to condemn. or you want to speak something without knowing what to speak. Example is another one. I will give another example, though it's not right time for that, but just for in 2 minutes you understand. You can understand very well. You see, we all are citizens of this country. We all vote, and we know what is vote. In fact, we don't know what is vote, to be saying frankly. We do not know what is vote, but we vote. You will ask why I was saying that. I am saying correctly. We all vote. First of all, we don't understand what is vote, from where it comes, why it comes, what is meaning we just go and cast our votes. That's it. Why? My question arises, why? It's a basic question. You say it's your duty. Why it's my duty? My question to myself is, why it's my duty? If I am doing some duty, I must be paid for that, right? You may say, what you are talking of? Yes, my question is that. If it's my duty, what I am getting in return for that? Or why I am bound to vote? That's the point. You will say it's democracy. Yes, there is a democracy. But democracy you think is limited to vote? That's another question. If I vote, my question is why should I? Question is what for? Why I should vote? What for I should vote? And why it is necessary to vote? And if what I don't vote? Many questions arise. Many questions arise. Because I don't understand my vote. Simply there is a vote, a child 18 years citizen vote, and 100 years citizen also vote. They all vote. But they don't understand. Oh, I have to form government, that's why I am voting. I am for assembly, I am voting. They simply answer that. Are you? Are you? Really? Where is it written? Where is it written? Somebody says, oh no, I am going to form Prime Minister. You are going to appoint Prime Minister by your vote? Where is it written? That's what my point is. Very blank point, very, blunt point that is. You will not like, you like it or you do not like it. That is not a problem. Problem is understand it. Understand it. It's very important to understand. We are big people, 130 crore people or whatever we are. Actually, we all are representatives of ourselves. We are all representing ourselves. That is constitution. We people. We are we people of this country. This means we are all members of this country. Right? We are all members of this country. It may newborn baby is a member of this country. But vote is limited to those who are above 18 or 18. Because up to 18, it is assumed that you are not intelligent enough to decide for your country. Before it was 21, it was drawn down to, slumped to 18 by one Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi, along with Panchayat Raj empowerment. So it's now 18. So up to 18, it is assumed that you are not matured enough to decide about your nation, about your state, about your panchayats, or about your municipalities. This is assumed. Okay, this assumption will be right. 18 and above. But what is vote? Question again remains there. If you are representing yourself, why you vote? Actually, we all people above 18 constitute parliament ourselves. We are all parliament members. If there is no parliament, we are all members of parliament. In reality, we are members of parliament. But we are so many people, we cannot sit together. We cannot sit together. So what Constitution says, it mandates that you appoint your representative who represent you. You are a group of people, you are a territorial geography, you appoint one person from you who shall represent you in parliament or in state assembly or in municipality or in panchayat. So that person is your trustworthy, shall be your trustworthy. That person shall represent you. That person shall represent you. This means that person is your person. That person is your employee. Paid by what? Paid by Constitution, paid by Consolidated Fund of India, paid by our country, not by each member, each voter. That person is recruited by you through election, through vote. That's it. This is what Article 81 says. If you see Article 81, it mandates that you have to constitute your territorial constituency representative, member of parliament. Similarly, member of legislative assembly and municipal corporation member or panchayat member, you elect that person, which we call member of parliament Lok Sabha. This is law, nothing else. This is only provision in Article 81 in Constitution, that because you are there, honor of this country, people of this country, you have to elect one person out of you, many lakhs people, that person shall represent you in this house. That is sole purpose of your national vote, nothing else. There is no definition, there is no mandate in Constitution that you have to elect government or you have to elect Prime Minister. There is no such provision in our Constitution, which you people do not understand, because we never open and read this. We are not a literally society in a sense to understand what we are. We are literally only in our degrees and diplomas, that I passed this degree, I passed this diploma, I am working here. Only to that extent we know, nothing else. Basics of that we do not know. When I ask this question to many, people do not understand their mind. Why is talking like that? They think it's against government and so on. This is not against government, this is Constitution. It's not written by me as an individual. It is also written by you. It's also written by your father, your mother, your grandfather. Because we all adopted this through Dr. Ambedkar, through chair this constitutional committee. We agreed that this will apply unto us. We own this complete statement of Constitution, chartered statement of Constitution. So we are responsible for that. So whatever is mandated in that is applicable to every one of us. We have to understand that, and if we don't understand that, we do not understand ourselves. That's also a point. These politicians play with public. All politicians, they themselves do not know Constitution. They misrepresent all. They all misrepresent. I blame all politicians, because public do not participate in politics. Public participate only in living. Public thinks, I have voted, my job is finished. That's concept of public. It's not written in Constitution that you vote and your job is finished. It's nowhere mentioned. Nowhere mentioned in Constitution your job is finished. You have a right to speak, you have a right to ask questions, you have a right to express your opinion, you have a right to express everything. You have to raise questions, you have to go to court, you can go, you have to go to government, you can go. You can speak to everyone. This is Constitution. We may be educated, we are not educated, we do not know this. And unfortunately, I clearly say that literate in this country, intellectuals in this country are intellectual only for their field, not for nation. Not for nation. And that's the only reason these governments, whoever come in office, they abuse public, they abuse intellectuals. Intellectuals, millions of intellectuals, and they are suppressed by every government. They are suppressed, all governments suppress them. Indira Gandhi suppressed, Modi suppressed, all suppressed, they try to suppress everybody who speaks. Why? Did I vote that they should suppress me? My question is that. I voted that they should suppress me. Who hell they are? Who hell they are? My Constitution is my nation. My Constitution is my religion. My residence religion. Not my God's religion. It's my Constitution that speaks for me. It's my Constitution that speaks for you. It's my Constitution that speaks for Bharat, India. We have to understand this point. Until you understand this, you cannot understand anything. Therefore, I appeal to all and particularly to those intellectuals who understand language, at least understand and learn about yourself, what you are. Otherwise, these illiterate politicians, these selfish politicians, I'm talking for all, these shopkeeper politicians, these industrial owner politicians, these factory owners politicians, because for them politics commodity, politics spare part, politics a product, sell it. And we buy it. We buy it, unfortunately. We buy whatever they promise. They sell dreams and we buy dreams. There is no single politician in this country to whom you can call Satyavaki Harishchandra, to whom you can call committed person, to whom you call dedicated person, to whom you call public devoted person. There is no single person in this country, no one till now, except those who are not politicians, except those. Politicians are all crooked in this country. They know public is innocent, very, very innocent. Whatever you say, they accept, they believe. But you should not believe anybody, believe me. Support whomsoever. I don't say don't support someone. Support is your choice, but believe, trust is not your choice. You have to trust only those who prove it. Otherwise, don't trust anybody. Don't trust. Politicians in our country as well as in other countries are all same, no difference. Go to France, same. Go to Italy, same. Go to US, same. Go to England, same. Go. You will not find them same. Wherever there is democracy, you will not find same. Democracy has been misunderstood. Democracy has been confined to vote only, but citizen has to break this confinement. Citizen has a right to break that confinement which they have confined us to live in. Try to understand what I am saying. I am your friend. I am public. I am not your enemy. I am also one of you. And I have understood what democracy is. I have understood what constitution is. Until public doesn't understand, these people will make abuse of this. It may be judiciary, it may be executive, it may be parliament or others. They know public is innocent, public can be befooled, and they befool us in name of democracy. We are not democracy alone. Just try to understand. If you ask someone, well, we are democratic, that's it. No, you are not democratic minded. Democracy is one part. You are what? Sovereign. You are what? Socialist. You are what? Secular. You are what? Democratic. You are what? Republic. These are 5 powers you got in. And these are your powers, not politicians' powers. They do not want to keep these powers with you. They want to break these powers in the name of democracy, which I don't want to break. I don't allow any politician to break these powers. I am sovereign means I am sovereign. My country is sovereign. Finish. I am republic means republic. My country is like finish. Who are you to interfere in that? Then socialist. Yes, I am socialist. What's wrong with that? This is socialism. Why? Why? My question is that. Society means socialism. Socialism comes from society, and society means socialism means everybody has to eat, has to live, has to be supported with. If that person is having deficiency in life, if that person has no food to eat, if that person is poor, that person is not having enough background and a potential to have studies, that person must be supported by society. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? If I don't have food, somebody has to give me food. Nation has to give me food. Because I am citizen, I could not have food because of some reason. This doesn't mean I should be deprived of food. If somebody is rich, it doesn't mean that person is higher than me. Yes, that person is rich because they is having wealth of public. That's rich. He did not work hard every day for 10 rupees, 50 rupees, 200 rupees and got that money. No. It is public money. It is nation's money. It's natural wealth of nation. It's wealth of nation that we have abused. So socialism means a kind of statism. You may call it by whatever name. Some people call it communism. Some call something where no one should starve,
where everybody's got right of food, right to live, right to health. That is socialism. If I want to run further, if I want to achieve further ambitions and I am supported, that is socialism. Okay, you are rich, you have billions of rupees. You don't need my support, but a poor person needs my support. I have to pay them as a state. That is socialism. Why you cry? Oh, that is a part of management somewhere, government management. You call it governance, I call it governing management. I call it governing management, or you can say state management. It's also management, how we manage our nation. But don't expect all these politicians will explain to you, because they don't want that. They want to rob your money and run away. They don't want to give you money. For example, just a current example. You people are writing and crying and write on Facebook and this and that. Don't write anything. I don't need that. Just think. Thinking is more important than writing. And what is thinking? There is a calamity now, COVID-19 all over the world. It's nothing new for us. But do you have right to kill people? Does this give you right to kill people? You can lock down, fine, no problem. There's a solution. There's a proposal. There's a phenomena. It's going all over the world. You did nothing new. This is required to be as a part of procedures. You did that, fine. But this doesn't mean they behead someone. It doesn't mean that. You have beheaded someone virtually. Why? We are all society in this nation. We are all public, 130 crore people. We are having different classes of people. We have all sections of people, literate, illiterate, poor, rich, middle, all. All are owners of this country. And if these people, these subjects, these citizens are adversely impacted by government decision, should it be? Which right government enjoys to kill these people, to abuse these people, to throw them into adverse conditions created by yourself or by unknown? What right government has got? It doesn't mean you can say there's an emergency. Even if there is emergency, you cannot kill them. You cannot force them to walk on road for hundreds of miles. Which law says, which authority says, which natural says? Because you did not know what you are doing. You did not understand what you are doing. What were you doing? You had no mind to think about that, and your failure of actions, your failure of thoughts resulted into that artificial calamity. Where do we stand then? If 50% of this country's population is thrown into that sump, get lost, we don't care for you, is this constitutional? I don't care for what judges say. Question is, humanity has been abused, have been stumped by inaction of government. Whose government is this? It's government for same people who have been stumped. It was elected by same people. They voted for their representatives who elected same government, and they treated like this. Why, how and where? Why do that? That's the point, which is management point. You consider them as non-existing entity. Means for you they are dead. They are dead. That's why you condone them, you overlook them. No, this is unacceptable. As a citizen, I don't accept this. Least bother which party I support and least bother which party you support. I don't bother about that. I am supporting my nation. I am supporting my citizens. That's it. This is what Constitution says. Equality, liberty, justice. Social justice. Where is that social justice? You force them to walk and die. You did not think even for a single minute what shall happen. This is not governance then. This is not governance. This is criminality, cruelty. And okay, by mistake you did that, then you should have stopped it. If you viewed, oh, something has gone wrong, my one point is better, amend that. You did not do as well. You did not do that as well. You did not do that as well. So you are double criminal, not single criminal. Why I am saying this? Because Constitution says this. Socialism. Democracy is there, but democracy is supported by these 4 points. That's what I want to tell. Democracy, republic, sovereign, socialist, secular. Democracy has 4 pillars here. I am not talking of pillars or institutions that you say institution of the, that's something else. Here, emotionally, rationally, scientifically, document wise, republic, sovereign, secular, socialist, democracy. You just consider democracy, you forgot what is republic, you forgot what is sovereign, and you forgot socialist and all that. Secular. So there is a big voice for secular by some people without understanding what is secularism. There is a big voice for socialism without understanding what is socialism. That's why I want to say, first learn all this. And if you cannot learn all this, you cannot reach any conclusion. That's what I tried to take some time today about what is law, what is contract. This was also a contract which they broke. These people work for us. All these crores of people, poor people, workers. They work in factories, they work in industries, they work in construction, they work in, you can say, some daily life. Whatever work, freelancing work they do, they work and earn. This is their right. I may be there one of them, you may be there one of them. Who shall give them justice? Who shall give them justice? It's you. Public or public related government. Nobody else. But they were denied justice. They were denied justice. Look, you may be anyone. You may be biggest one in this country. But remember, food is even first responsibility for everybody. Not only human, also animals, creatures, birds, all. Food is first requirement all over the world. And if you do that, you are not doing application of society, because you are not going to give from your pocket, your personal money. It's government money, public money. And if you deny food to them, you deny life to them. So simple. This is basic requirement. If you deny food to someone, you deny, indirectly you kill that man, I can say. You kill that person to whom you deny food, knowingly or unknowingly, because you are in power. It's your duty to decide, to chart out every activity. And if you cannot do that, you have no right to stay in that position forever. You must come out of that position if you cannot think of so many people. It's not one or two, even one or two is there, it's not be starved. They are crores. They have been, I can say, jailed on roads. They have been imprisoned in their houses. So what is this lockdown? Does it mean lockdown? If they are walking and they stop, you stop them. They are sleeping on roads, then is it lockdown you call it? Where is their food? Why they don't think of this? If you cannot think this, how you expect big projects to be done? Where every activity requires a thinking angle. Look, I'm not talking politics, and I'm not at all interested in politics. Hell with politics. I'm not a politician. But as far as public is concerned, as far as nation is concerned, as far as I am concerned and you are concerned, I have a right to speak, and I will speak and write both. Because it's my country. They are my people. You are also my people. But first right for friendship is with those poor, deprived section, not with Tata and Birla. I am not inclined to help Tata and Birla. I am inclined to help these people because they desire my help. They cannot speak, they cannot write, but they are human. They are our country people. Even if they are not our country people, then as human beings I have right to help them. Because they can't buy help also. They don't have potential, they don't have capacity even to ask someone to write for them. If there is such situation, you are yourself required to help them. This is service of God. They can't speak. They know what is required, but they can't speak, they can't express in writing, they can't even speak by tongue. So they must be supported with. And I am really very much anxious actually. Those people are strong physically, not mentally probably, but physically they are strong. That's why they are workers. And if they can walk hundreds of kilometers by walking, they are a very strong society. They should be considered asset of this nation. And if nation doesn't consider asset for them, you miss something. You miss something. They are your people. They work for your houses, construction, they work for your factories, they work for industries, and you are getting their work results like products. But when time comes, they seek your help, don't help them. These industrialists are industrialists because of them. These factory owners are factory owners because of them. And these political parties and leaders are because of them. They condemn them. They condemn them. I am sure these people will not re-elect them. Certainly. Should not. Because you cannot re-elect cruels. Those political leaders who never thought of them, whatever party it is, those are cruel people. Cruel. My first right with them, not with America. They are my people. I should not worry about America in that case, as far as my internal problem is concerned. Why should I sympathy for others and kill my own people? No, that formula doesn't work. I have to think for myself first, because this is my country. They are poor people. They are not, yes, if had they been rich, they would not be there. Had they been rich, they would not have been here in such private buildings or on footpaths, on roads, and just living in worst living conditions, working for you and getting some money. Because they don't have money, that's why you are accepting all these low rates you pay to them, and you throw them like this, the animals. Should not. This is what we have to manage with. This is what is management. Government is a manager. Government is a manager. Executive is a manager. Parliament is a manager. They manage us. Politically, law-wise, ministry-wise, they manage us. They solve our problems. They are there to solve problems. That's why they are there. Otherwise, they would not be there. They are required to solve problems of public. That's why they are in offices and this is their job. But if they do not do that, or they want to do that but they do not understand that, who will teach them? Who will teach them? They have undertaken oath of constitution. Why have they undertaken oath in that case? If they do not know, then this is their problem. This is their problem. But on top of that, I will blame public, because public does not know what is constitution. Public never try to understand that. They are only busy halla gulla, ho ha, ha. Why are you supporting some specific party? Don't support. Why are you supporting some specific person? Don't support. Who says support? Support someone who is for people, who can think of poor people first and then middle class and then other class. First right goes to these poor who cannot speak for themselves. Others who can speak for themselves, speak or write for themselves, they can take care of themselves and they can come to you for their problems. But these people cannot even come to you. That's the difference. So first priority is for underprivileged section, which they are, but nobody cared for them. Unfortunately, I am not bringing any name of Prime Minister, any name, because all are failure. Even opposition is failure. completely. Complete failure. And I feel it very badly when I find on Facebook very stupid statement like these people earned a lot in their life and they cannot live for 21 days. These stupid thinkers, stupid writers on Facebook do not know anything. These are poor people. They earn daily and eat daily. You think they are riches? If they are riches, then your mind is full of sewage. Check it. Take out that sewage and then think. Don't be bhakt to someone. Be bhakt to nation. Bharat. So management is now. I'll speak again for management. I have talked a lot around for about more than 1 hour, and I don't know why I talked. I myself don't understand today. I was thinking just to take 5 or 10, 15 minutes for this issue because one of my friends asked me something about this, so I advised that engineer, please first go to contact, and then so I am going to talk about these 2 topics in maybe tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Start with that, and this is our Institution of Engineers Charter, a detailed study of that. I did that study long back, and it's a document now. But I wanted to talk to. Actually, there was a arrangement for Bhopal institution, Bhopal to deliver this talk on them, but I could not do that. Yeah, no problem. I'll discuss the length, and it's better to understand first what we are, where we are, and then next would be your FIDIC, and that is international contract. FIDIC, is a body which designs contract indicatively. Means if you follow those in your construction line or design line or wherever, there are so many types of contracts. Those contracts not mandatory you have to follow them, but you can use guidelines for, and generally it's done all over the contract. I've seen in Gulf countries, other countries that follow FIDIC. They amend certain conditions according to their requirements, and then you can say it's better to understand them first further, because I have to talk about management studies for the method statements or many other plans to share with you people in future, because I cannot stop talk somewhere here. I want whatever I have in my mind or based on experience and learning, I want to share with you guys all over the world, so that nothing goes with me when I die. My work should be there, my talk should be there, or paper should be. I don't write these days too much, because I have seen writing doesn't result in anything. People don't want this. People are this current generation, they're not interested in reading something or writing. They just want to see some photographs, some music and videos. They say their culture. So culture has changed in this country. We are not writing culture. We are not speaking. You will not find people reading books or something, then interacting with each other. It's not that people are just busy in themselves. So you can't expect people to use writing, because writing takes time, a lot of time. See, it takes 10 times when I'm speaking. Maybe I speak for 1 hour, and like 1 year for writing, 1 month for writing. If I speak for 10-15 minutes, about 15 pages you can say, or 10 pages. If I for 1 hour 60 pages, and for 4 hours 20, 60 and 200 pages, this means one book, 1/3 book or 1/2 book you can speak in 4 hours or 3 hours. But I think too long lectures or too long videos. My talks are like that, because I cannot write 10-15 minutes or 20 minutes. It's okay, next one. Because it will take. Still, I have already crossed more than 400 videos till on since February, you can say last year. So about, you can say 1.25 year. You can say one year. You may say in 12, 13, 14 months, I have crossed more than 400 videos. So varying from 8 minutes to about 240 minutes each. On an average, you can say 2 hours. So if this video has taken so much, and still I'm not completed. That's what I say. Even people read or don't read or watch, I don't mind. That's up to your interest. I can't force anybody here. It's your choice. I can do my duty only, and my control is that I can. If I have this facility, I can do that. It's up to public. Means what they want to enjoy films, they want to cricket, they want to jokes, or means it's up to them. When you have time, it's up to you to go through them or not to do. I'm not disappointed with that, because I know serious. When you are serious, you talk serious, people don't like it. When you talk jokes, you write poems or shairi, people like that. So it is common. Means in seriousness is very important to get our country is not serious, and I don't think more than 2-3% are serious. Not more than 2-3%. Only 2-3% public is serious in this country. Others are not serious. I don't know reason for that, but that's why governments are not all serious in any areas. Government is not serious and public is not serious. So what can do? I don't know. Even God doesn't know what this country will happen to this one. Well, that's another point. But coming back to management again. Quality management, system management. Some water first. I want to try my let me take a drop of water. I'll continue now. I was talking to you about project management, a very serious issue, because without project management you cannot manage anything. And project management doesn't mean construction project management. This means even if you manage your kitchen, that's a management. If you manage your budget, that's a management. If you manage anything, that's management. If you manage your studies time or whatever work you are doing, that's a management. So management is different. Means title itself is actually is wrong title. Management, this is domination of man. Actually it's not like that actually. I should say management is a wrong term. I should say organization. How to organize, that's more important. Management is old term, but we are using that because it's tongue, it's word, it's written, everything. Well, I don't want to say man should dominate. Why should man dominate? That's the point. Because when this term was used, there were only men using it, not women. But it's not practical life. When I was in Iraq, I saw 70% women working in offices. It was when I joined Iraq, so 1981. And I was surprised to see that we used to boast in our country, in our country, women are doing this. When I joined that country, I was very much surprised. We are all boasting. In 1981, in Iraq, in government offices, 70% of women working out of staff, and also among many Christians among them. Because in Iraq, 40-60 was ratio at that time, 40% Christians and 60% Muslims, or you may say other, maybe many religions, Muslim or Indian, but 40% Christians in that country. So I didn't understand by that time that's a secular country actually, not Islamic. So when say around 50-50 as a partnership is there in organization or management, why this word management should use, or it should be just like we say chairperson instead of chairman. Chairperson we say, so instead of management, person, but that word doesn't fit in person agent. So it should be organization, because everything is organization. It will be private organization, company organization, government organization, or whatever sort of organization. So this is organization arrangement. But again, management comes in your tongue. You can't stop this, because that word has come into our tongue or in writing in such a way so many times we cannot get rid of it. So whenever I say management, just take it organization. Management equals to organization. You may assume that. So I also speak that I can't stop it, because this is a habit. You can't change what's programmed in your mind. You cannot change that. So management is organization. That's what I say. Welcome, Mr. Sam. Mr. Sam, or yes, Sam. Okay. I talked to you about project management or project organization, which according to me is different. Project, first we have to define what is project and what is not project. Just like I defined what is constitution, what is statute, what is all that I defined. According to my understanding, I'm not professor of law, but it's not necessary professor of law, just like it's not necessary to be an engineer to understand management or organization or project. It's not necessary that you be an engineer or you be a doctor or you be a professor. No, not necessary. You should understand what is a project. When we say project, what does it mean? I explained many times. Means you have a target to achieve in your life. You are thinking something. You don't have that one with you. You want to make it for you. Whatever. For example, you are a student. What is a student? A student have a project to study, right? Every student has a project to study because that student wants to get some degree. So to get that degree is end point. That degree is milestone. But there's a process. Schooling and university, whole process is there to get that mark of degree. So this whole duration is project service. It's project for that student to reach that degree. It's a project. But when one student gets that degree, after that, is it project? Even you get degree, it remains project or finished? It finishes. Because at that point, for that time, your study finishes, you have got delivery of certificate. You are been graduated, you are marked graduate. After that is something else. So that's what I'm talking about. When I say project, I have certain milestone to achieve, 1 milestone or 2 milestone or final milestone, whatever is, I have to achieve that and hold this process. How shall I move? From where shall I fund? What is my design? What is my philosophy? What is my talk? All that coming to that process from beginning to end when I finish that. All that stages, whatever they come in that are stages of project. Means project was thought of or initiated or conceived or dreamed and initiated and then started doing this and final examination or something else. When it's finally delivered to me, that project stage is over. Complete stage of project is over at that time when I finish that project finally. But that project is something. That project is some good, some item, some article, some destination. We deliver that destination and delivery of that destination is called project end. Project commencement and project completion. That whole journey, whole duration is project with various activities, various names. And once it is delivered, my job is over as project organizer. My job is over. Then another person comes and takes over that. Who is that person? That person is another one who operates that product, who operates that delivered article. That person is operator of that. If this can be operated or used, user of that. Either user or operator or whatever you call it, but project has gone at that time. It's no more project. It is service then. What this good can serve you for, or what this plant can use for, and that's use or operation. That good is being used forever or for whatever life, 30 years, 40 years, 100 years, 200 years, 10 years. And that field serves you, operates and serves you. It's operated and it serves its users. So I can say use also. So where I have to silver line, we have to barricade where project ends and where operation starts or use starts. That's what is actually understood by this division. Are you clear? When I say I have to make a house, I want to get a house of my own, so I start thinking something. I need a house. I discuss with me, I discuss with others and I need this house. What sort of house should be? I have this much fund. Out of this much fund, I can spend on this much, or I can do this much. What sort of house should be? And I keep on planning on a small scale and then go and finalize that. Okay, we should make a house. I have adequate funding. It's right time. I will land or buy land. Means that time you can say project starts. That time management thinking starts or organization thinking starts. And then so many means how to do, where to do, find land, this and that, then design all. And I make my house. I get my house done. So my project was my house. I did it. At that time, my money has gone. And I get exchange with this house. Then I use this house. So when I start using this house, at that point project limit finishes. Project green line is finished, project red light starts. That, thank you gentlemen, I am over. I will go to my operators or my user that shall use me. Thank you very much for giving birth to me, dear organizer. That building states to me. Same thing I am saying here. When we talk of a mass scale, wider scale, big scale, we think that way. We intensify our understanding, we amplify our thoughts, and we need that volume of budget. That project organization is in hands of many, but control is one, and that's employer of that project, owner of that project. That owner is using many hands, many minds for that money to go to that project, and once that project is over, that delivery is done, that project is successful, received, and starts its use, then project line finishes and operation or its use starts. That's what it is. But question arises, whatever we are doing here, what it values means, it requires construction, it requires many methods, it requires many controls and all that. What are those? Those are known to those people who were involved on those projects. During that stage they were thinking, they were working technically, non-technically, commercially, non-commercially, business-wise, non-business-wise, but for that employer who is owner of that project. Owner is not skilled in those subjects, but pays for those subjects, owns responsibility for those subjects. That's what professionals work there. Professionals in various branches of engineering, professionals in accountancy, and professional in law, or whatever profession is required from time to time, technical or non-technical. All those professionals working together from virtual offices deliver this project under leadership of project leader or engineer or whoever is there, owner staff. That point is very clear, that every project is based on certain quality, described quality or project quality, and that quality means time is there, finished one. Is described one that you have to finish this quality and this quantity in this time and with this cost. No more cost for that. When cost is fixed means you can't change cost. Even author of that document cannot change cost. Engineer and architect cannot change cost, because cost is in hands of owner. Even if you change cost, owner will not pay you. So there is no meaning. You don't have a right of that. Only owner can change cost, and that can change only that there he can get another cost. And if that owner is also not able to get or procure cost, then you have to stick to the project, or you have to even change your specification if you are not able to complete that cost. So that's what I'm saying. Quality comes into big play there, total play there. Quality of everything, not only quality of procedures, or you can say quality of production. Every quality comes into play in that. So we call it quality is important, time is important, cost is important. All are important there. If you do not consider them important, we cannot consider anything. And that is basics here. That is really basics here. So I actually spoke about many items when I was talking on this. Let me go back and find it. Quality assurance requirement. Real talk. I have an interaction with you regarding setting out an excavation. So item number 1, I completed that one, and there was another one. I'm just going to repeat so that you remember. I talked of then hand excavation. Then there was a formation checklist, and after that it was checklist for blinding, then checklist for concrete protection, waterproofing, checklist for foundation footings, and
checklist for stub columns, preparatory works, and then after a checklist for backfill works, then checklist for grade slab, floating slab and plinth level, and after that a checklist for RCC columns works, and then checklist for RCC wall works. After that was checklist for RCC lift well works. I am talking checklist because we have to check all this before getting approved. So checklist very important. Then ITP comes. ITP means inspection and test plans, and all these cover everything. So checklist comes, and then it comes to checklist for RCC longitudinal stair works, and after that is checklist for RCC suspended slabs works, which is item number 14. Then checklist for RCC pedestal footings for steel frameworks, and checklist for RCC footing blocks for steel framing, and then checklist for RCC for DC generators and alternator foundations. Then it is checklist for RCC fairface structural works, and after that it is checklist for RCC architectural finish works, and checklist for RCC Howdy slab works, and then checklist for RCC sloping portion floor slab works. After the checklist for RCC sloping portion suspended slab works, and then checklist for RCC heavy compressor foundation works, and then you can say checklist for RCC tabletop column works, and checklist for RCC tabletop works, and then checklist for below ground RCC swimming pool works, and then it is checklist for a firing or shooting range, and checklist for foundation footings, concrete pour. So this concrete pour starts here. I talked this item was 6 of 28. I finished this item. Also I finished checklist for stub columns, and I also finished checklist for grade slab. I finished checklist for RCC columns concrete pour, and then checklist for RCC walls concrete pour. I finished that also. Then I finished this RCC left well also finished. And then also came checklist for RCC longitudinal stairs. Longitudinal stairs, I think I finished that one, right? Checklist for RCC suspended slabs. So checklist for RCC suspended slabs. So I'll now do one thing. I'll speak about first, so that to make overlap is charged. I'll speak about this checklist for RCC longitudinal stair as well as for suspended slab, so that you reminding. Then we'll start pedestal footings. Let me speak about this, what is written there, so that you can recall, you can re-overlap what we talked about that. Let me see who's there first of all. So in this case, let's say checklist for RCC longitudinal stair concrete pour is item number 13. It was previously preparatory works for stair concrete, and now it's 34 items is concrete pour of that one. So combination of these two items. Now check whether single flight or complete flight have to be poured. Then make sure that straight flight works have been approved for pouring. Single flight pour requires one portion along with landing to be poured. Make sure all supports are intact below forms, and make sure all rebars are intact and steps forms are correctly fixed and connected. Make sure that all cleaning has been effected and inspection has been made and ITP signed off, and side edge supports are well anchored. And then in case complete stair flights have to be poured, make sure all supports and steps forms are intact and well anchored. All rebars are in correct positions while walking on steps rises. Forms these should not twist in either direction. Make sure that cleaning has been completed. Make sure that pumps of crane has been positioned rightly to cover stair reach. Pump means mobile pump here I'm talking. Make sure a mobile pump or crane has been positioned rightly to cover stair reach. And quantity of concrete in stairs is not considered one, and it's slow in pouring. Actually this is stair concrete, so it's not very fast concrete. First of all it's in a slope, and it's gradually we have to see how best it can be done, top to bottom or bottom to top. We have to see which direction is the move. A quantity of concrete in stairs is not considered one and slow pouring, and generally upper flight is planned to be poured with with floor slab, and make sure that all concrete tools are available in working order. Make sure that curing arrangements are available on location. Make sure that concrete starts being poured from lowest step area and continue to ascend towards landing position. Ascent means going upwards. Then vibrator is required to be applied at all steps locations, and portions of waste slab and steps sections have to be cast monolithic, and accordingly vibrator to be applied. In case of single waste pour, stop end has to be fixed at possible lower level of upper flight, and landing has to be poured as small slab along with its downstand and upstand beam or as case may be. Finish in vibrated surface have to be applied in such a fashion that a rough surface is available to receive floor finishes. Immediately after pouring is over, curing has to commence with. For case of complete pouring with slab, work of pouring has to continue as explained. Stair forms shall be in position until all forms of slabs are opened with exception of vertical sides of waste slab and and curing shall be an important activity as it is difficult to stagnate water on steps. Continuous water curing shall be required even after spraying curing compound. So this was one description. Other one is checklist for RCC suspended slabs concrete pour, which is preparatory works are in item 14, and this is pour of concrete in item 35. Check that all preparatory works have been inspected in all respects. Check that all preparatory works have been inspected in all respects. Check that all temporary works have been inspected to meet safety requirements. Check that supporting system of centering and shuttering has been inspected by probably third party if so required within contract. Check that batching plant has been ordered for supplying RMC. Make sure that correct quantity of RMC is ordered. Make sure that pour plan has been finalized in method statement and plan details provided to RMC supplier. Then make sure that type of pumping equipment required is well known to RMC plant manager or organizer. Make sure all supervising personnel are available when concrete is delivered, and make sure gang strength for concreting is available on site, and concrete timing should match those hours when temperature of weather as well as of concrete shall be within limits. And RMC is ready mix concrete vendor should supply concrete having defined temperatures. Concrete should be supplied with agreed frequency of transit mixers arrival. A place should be selected for washing trucks after emptying so that environment is not badly impacted upon or affected. All equipment and tools be used for concreting must be checked for their operations, vibrators or standby must be checked to be in order. And you can say all curing arrangements should be made available on site to initiate timely curing for major slabs. For major slabs, construction joints must be prepared in advance, and also stop ends for emergency should be prepared to avoid any fabrication rush during old hours. Carpenters as well as steel fixers must be available on and below slabs. Then Electrician should be available to check conduits displacements, and in case of additional disciplinary inserts, relevant relevant technicians must also be available or present. Positions of pump location should be clear of all obstructions, and positions of trucks should also be clear. Similarly, adequate electrical supply arrangements must be kept intact throughout. In case of adverse weather, it may also be adverse conditions. It may also be required to shade trucks to shade. Sorry, it may also required to shade placing area, but it's not a common practice, not usual practice. All on-site tests must be conducted. On-site test means required tests must be conducted before receiving concrete trucks. Leave test location for reaching pump location for delivery. Quality engineer has to conduct all such tests, and collect concrete cube samples, concrete fill cube samples. We can say something nice. I don't know. All right. All defective trucks, defective means concrete defective, quality defective trucks would be sent back after rejection, but it rarely happens. Since pouring slab is a fast activity, intense supervision and controls are required to be affected on all respects. Some sort of medical arrangement could be made to meet accidental contingency. Drinking water or cold liquids for consumption must be made available on location for gang to drink and to avoid dehydration or sunstroke. Then food for time or tea time. For food time and tea time, a few minutes break would require a standby replacement that must be made available on site. For workers, passive moments replacement should be made available. Beams have to be poured first, but not full. Concrete should not be poured into beams directly, but received on slab edges to avoid impact on beams. Side forms to avoid opening or dislocation of forms, and concreting should start from one end and go on, completing after first stage beams are completed. Second stage should give concrete its level in right profile. Then if temperature is high, immediate protection of surface has to be taken. Then in case of 2 pumps or 3 pumps are installed, concrete can be started from as many locations as a number of pumps, as numbers available, but no cold joints are allowed. Then concrete pour plan should provide all details, and site supervisor must be handed and explained plan in details, as so that communication is made in all present on pour location. Carpenters available must keep a watch from below that no support should yield or any. Let me repeat this. As a concrete pour plan should provide concrete pour plan should provide all details, and site supervisor must explain plan in detail so that communication is made to all present on core location. Carpenter available must keep a watch from below that no support should yield or any concrete comes out from forms or there is some other problem. Similarly, steel fixers have to check that no bars are dislocated. If so, immediate reinstatement of bar should be done. In case of application is used by by power float, it has to be made sure that concrete is hard enough before applying power float, and check that last truck does not reach immediately after last, but one reaches wet till all previous concrete is consumed. Make sure that whole truck quantity shall be consumed. In case there is small quantity required, order that much quantity only for last dispatched from RFC, and procedural curing shall be followed. Procedure shall follow later as defined on the statement. Then you can say all rubbish should be removed from site from location, and all concrete spill over upper rebars and in columns should be cleaned, and concrete should be level to fix top profile and ensure that level of poured concrete is fine and not above fixed line, and do not allow any weather or person, any worker, do not allow any worker or person to walk on finished surface until concrete sets. Now it's RCC pedestal footing. Now before going on to that, we like to show that what I want to show in future also. Some, of course, it's not that actually I'm saying what I was showing is not something. Applications, and this is application here in this file. What actually show is see knowledge contribution. I explained to you about knowledge contribution, and that was one hospital. Now before going to this, I'd like to remind you what I missed actually, and let's say what is this? It was I'll just talk of that before going further, so that I missed something. I don't want to miss that further, and it's the now I will just discuss with you some talk of this. This is a project which was long back. This is title here. This is problem here. I consider like this. Pull it from likewise, I will move first. I will show you. I will read for you. But reading is not possible. No, this is document. I'm just trying to show you what document it is because I will read it for you. What is this? I'm talking about something else. I'm talking about this document, and this document is very descriptive one because it's investigation document. I can say I just wrote myself because it is something which has been considered, but nobody considered that, and then it's a part of study. You can take into consideration our research work because it's an important one. No. So 2 hours yet. Alright. Now it says that I'll put it here to see how it works. It says a note for engineers for information exchange, and this was actually a project I worked on, and it was a very old project. I just visited that project and also worked there for a couple of months. What I found is this is a 500 beds hospital project, and its quality condition was worst during its management or during its organization, construction project management. So it says, I'll just go through that. So that now I have removed name of organization because that's against ethics. So I'm just saying now following statement is based purely on personal, professional experience and field of studies of project undergoing construction. The statement should be used only for understanding possible management problems on project. I could not go to head office of organization due to fact that that's another reason my visa is based on non-Muslims. Whether we did that, leave that, I'm not convinced. Now, a status report on this status report on its state of affairs for information that this can also happen in construction world somewhere. Now, our contractor has been informed about missing management. I tried to mobilize management system to some extent at this stage of critical project, but was not supported by either authority, owners, rightly blamed in a person associated with them for more than 10 years. Why should they believe in a person who just joined this organization? Now, some top manager of Egypt, from Egypt, a direct level, obstructed my ways reaching to management implementation procedures. Now, due to Arabic lack of knowledge also came in my way, barricading me from system implementation. Even then I tried to my best for many months, but I could not overcome resistance from those consolidation for many years. I issued my circulars and health meetings, but it didn't work. I shall try to post certain snaps also for your references, giving all type of quality reflections, which I already done. I'll repeat them too. Resistance to carry out work was seen at all corners. One progressive step was pulled back by 2 steps back by those people who have determined not to do work fast. It is not suitable for me to kick out nearly full team comprising many nationalities, which state led me to kick out myself. Only I had faced certain threats to my life. Also, 3 times during strike for non-payments of salaries for many months. A project brief is, let's say brief project, components of projects. This is construction of 250 million reals, more than 50,000 square meter covered area, 50,000 square meter covered area, more than that. Main building, there is this aluminum curtain walls and cladding envelope 2 levels building plus basement. Then tower, which is 6 level. Tower is 6 level plus basement. First was building. I told you first building is main building, which is aluminum curtain walls and cladding. Envelope 2 level building plus basement. This is main building. And there is a tower building which is 6 level, 6 stories plus basement. And this is rear area, 2-story real part of operation areas plus basement. Aluminum curtain wall and cladding envelope. Then basement utilities tunnel, basement utilities tunnel, accommodating all major services infrastructure through it, and supporting services as indicated below. Service A, CCTV system. CCTV system, let me just touch my legs. Okay. CCTV system for covering all areas in building. CCTV system for covering all areas in building. BMS, that is building management system with structured cabling system, structured cabling. Then fire prevention, fire alarm and smoke detector system. Then medical gas, all medical gases infrastructure. Then bed head units, bed means on which patients they bed head units, all patient bed to be provided with bed head units. Then surgical panels. Then nurse call system, all patient beds to be linked with. Then OT, that's operation theatre, isolation, CCU, ICU, casualty wards. There is electrical supplies, power, medium, high and low. Low, medium, high and power voltage, bus bars, etc. Alright. HVAC supplies centralized system based on chilled water system, as well as package units based on roof of buildings utilized for generally all HVAC system. Then earth and lighting systems provided. Services and ancillary building to accommodate standby generators and part of tunnel operative. Success, then silencers to be mounted on roof. After that you can say, I said services and ancillary buildings to accommodate standby generators and part of tunnel operative. Services, pump houses and silencers to be mounted on roof. Then a switchgear room. So switchgear rooms, transformer room and medical waste collection building, chilled water pump room, 6 pumps with 6 pumps each, 125 AMP. Then it is silencers to be mounted on roof, switchgear rooms, transformer rooms, medical waste collection building, chilled water pumps room and 6 pumps with each 125 HP, and chilled area compound, 6 machine rooms, 250 tons each. This chilled area compound, 6 machine units, 250 tons each. And single female building went to accommodate nurses, aluminum windows, finishes, envelope. Then kidney center, aluminum curtain walls and cladding envelope. Then outpatient building cladding envelope. Then mosque ordinary RC building and not started yet due to being held. Guard houses ordinary RC buildings. SECO, that is Saudi electrical company by means SECO, that is Saudi electrical company for electrical main supply, room ordinary RC building, external switch gear ordinary RC building, then gates in boundary walls, and sewage treatment plants is called STP on hold yet ordinary RCC, boundary wall precast panels, then landscape hard and soft one. And then underground pumping, underground water tanks, underground soft and treated water. And then external firefighting, and before that I can say landscape hard and soft, that is underground pumping, underground water tank, underground soft and treated water tank, external sewage system including more than 100 manholes and also few some pits, external firefighting system to be installed in ring circuit or ring vane, then street lights with more than 90 light poles, and then you can say street lights more than 90 poles. Project has been in construction for many years, 6 years. Structural framing completed long before. These were main components. I gradually spoke very, rest pause so that you can understand these 25 contents of this. I'll go back again on that because that's very important. I'll go fast now, not so slow, so that you understand what I'm talking of. This is hospital project with 250 million reals, more than 50,000 square meter cover area. Main building, aluminum curtain walls, cladding envelope, 2-level building plus basements, tower 6-level plus basement, rear area 2-story real part of operation, areas plus basements, aluminum curtain wall and cladding envelope, basement utilities tunnel, accommodating all major services infrastructure through it, supporting services as indicated below, a CCTV system for covering all areas in building, BMS building management system, with structure cabling and fire prevention alarm, fire alarm, smoke detectors and medical gas, all medical gases infrastructure, and bed head units, all patients bed to be provided with bed. Then quickly I go. VMS has a fire prevention, fire alarm and smoke detector, medical gas, all medical gas infrastructure, bed head units, all patient bed to be provided with bed head units, all patient bed to be provided with bed head units, surgical panel, nurse call system, patient bed to be linked with that, and operation theatre, isolation CCU, operation theatre, isolation CCU, ICU, casualty wards, electric supplies, low, medium voltage and power voltage, bus bars, and HVAC is in supply centralized system, that is HVAC, supply centralized system with base of chill water system as well as package units, based roof of building utilized for generally RCC HVAC system, earth and lighting system provided. Then
services and ancillary building to accommodate standby generators and part of tunnel operative services, pump houses, silencers to be mounted on its roof, switchgear room, transformer rooms, then medical waste collection building, and then chilled water pump room. Then switchgear room and then medical waste collection, chilled water pump room, six pumps, each 125 HP were to be installed, chiller area components, and 6 machines at 250 tons each, and single female building meant to accommodate nurses, aluminium windows, finishes, envelope, then kidney center, aluminium curtain walls and cladding envelope, then outpatient building and cladding envelope. And when I say cladding envelope, means cladding is seen as finishes. Then mosque ordinary RCC building not started yet due to being on hold. Garage guard houses. Mosque ordinary RCC building of not started yet, being not ready yet. So due to being on hold, guard houses ordinary RCC building. Sheikh Mohammed Saudi Electrical Company for electrical main supply room ordinary RC building, external switchgear ordinary RC building, gates in boundary walls, and sewage treatment plant on hold yet. The boundary wall precast panels, landscape hardened soft both. In this is underground piping, underground water tank, underground soft and treated water tanks, and then external sewage, including more than 100 manholes and also few sump pits. Then external firefighting system to be installed in ring circuit or ring main. Street lights with more than 90 poles. Project has been in construction for at that time for 6 years. Structural framing completed long before. These were actually main components of these projects. There are many more remain of this. What has happened in the last 6 years is history. What is that history? You have to understand. That history is very important because it's a different now. Now, initially, this hospital project was required to serve for 300 beds initially. Later on, it was upgraded to serve 500 beds. Now, considerable modifications were applied to structure and architecture components to meet upgrading requirements. On same project was done. So, considerable modifications were applied to structures and architecture component to meet upgrading requirements. Contractor accepted responsibility for design modifications while Ministry of Health accepted main contractor to modify design. This was KSC. Now, unfortunately, contractor was not capable to modify design but messed up everything. Now, realignment of walls and addition of floor were done. Realignment of walls and addition of floors were done. RCC quality delivered exhibiting poor standards. Majority of walls were installed. RCC quality delivered exhibiting poor standards. Majority of walls were installed dry using cement and gypsum boards fixed on metal supporting system. These systems were not enough. These systems were not strong enough to sustain yourself. You can say RCC quality delivered exhibiting poor standard. Majority of walls were installed dry using cement and gypsum boards fixed on metal supporting system. These systems were not strong enough to sustain imposed stresses. Results were warping of surfaces due to long exposure to atmosphere, and then neither our MOH nor consultant bothered about, nor contractor bothered about these issues. Now all contract documents being in Arabic language, all my income were. And then you can say all contract documents being in Arabic language and all communications belong to MHS contract are made in Arabic. Project has generally been managed by Arabic engineers from top to bottom of hierarchy, and in particular from Egypt or Misris, you can say, who look not to be well educated. These engineers have zero English knowledge, and surprisingly, it's really how these engineers got higher degree or professionals. It is really a different world to work with. No working environment, no talking, no scenarios, and no professional communication, no company system, no organizational process. Then project was completed to an extent of 65% when I joined, and it was raised to 75% when I left. There was no control on 400 workers working in. I tried to after that project was completed. I say now says that project was completed to an extent of 65%. When I joined, I was raised to 75%. When I left, there was no control on 400 workers. While I tried my best, contract did not usually release salaries for no fault of employees, and while employees were not fully enthusiastic to willfully work. Arabic engineers and others just believed that let me see. Arabic engineers and others just believe only in telephonic talks with no recording arrangements. IT is something new for them. Now TQMS has been totally absent. This is total quality management system has been totally absent, and in fact after that TQMS has been totally absent, and in fact these people do not know about that. No control of staff, reporting timings, no procedures for vacation or for resignation. One usually waits for 2 months in case of after that. Let's say because I'm just trying to some very adverse conditions. I'm not excited on that. Just to bring to your attention how projects collapse actually. That's my purpose. I'm not happy with this statement, but fact remains fact. Project director had a practical requirement to survive and let others, Egypt engineers and staff, to survive till next project is won for their deployment. This was the basic thought. Project was brought to such first state, and neither to be finished nor it would be abandoned, as both are suicidal tendencies. Budget not provided, actual cost expenses not provided. So payment made to subcontractors not provided for records. No details available to indicate cost to complete remaining works. No details available about quantities to be further processed, procured or completed works. While the whole management or whole you can say, when it's moving in doldrum without fixed date, there's no date at all. Contractor owner is not professionally qualified while trying to carry out project to their own layman style. They can go to any extent, including using gratifications to client representatives. And generally, sorry, no problem. Okay, I'll let me see the performance. Okay. They can go to an extent, including using gratifications to client representatives. Generally, majority of significant cases, consents are bypassed. Ministry of Health, amateurs, client engineering, petroleum. Then we'll go to speed distance. There has been operating no proper technical and other required management. More than 50% of workforce do remain busy working on reworks, heavily augmenting cost to project. Reworks add to lot of finishing items, quantities, wastage. Then engineers are not well qualified and experienced. They do not even know. They don't even know how to coordinate with other disciplines. Construction manager and construction and senior engineers do not know English. They are also bad coordinators. Foremen not well qualified, foremen and experienced, some of them do not even understand English. One certain Asian foremen are well experienced. No documents available. No documents available for any discipline. One cannot know how history of project. No drawings controls for any discipline. Status of drawings, approval or rejection is unknown. Nobody knows drawings on which works have been going on for years. Then nobody knows drawings on which works have been just on which works have been ongoing, or the meetings are not supported by management and project directors, as they consider these as contribution to time wastage. Thus, fact do not know meanings of coordination and technical meetings and then you can say
Now you can say meetings of staff. Meetings I cannot say what with that, Let me see. Meetings are not supported by management and project director as they consider these as contributing to time wastage. They in fact do not know meanings of coordination technical meeting and work output meeting. Intention of staff is to after that, it's very important point, Sometimes, you feel, why I'm telling this? But these are facts. Intention of staff is to delay progress by whatever means possible. They have been too successful delaying this project. Honor's interest interferes in all activities. Honor means honor, where one should not do so. They do not know value of time and provisions of resources to optimum. An optimum profession is operating negatively. Risks and compounding formally. Risks are compounding formally. Honor is sound financially. Now, consultants, the two are not operating professionally since they too are fed up on this project. They too have followed obsolete management system. Generally, finishing works are done substandard to every location. Unknown operations are on quality. Mechanical installations are getting rusted due to delay on commissioning. Exposed pipes have rusted. Equipment lying untested. Integration of knowledge area with project plan missing completely. No advanced management application. Now, no lessons are learned or being heard from failures, and many accidents occurred. Some workers injured badly. Recently, someone died also. Reworks too do not teach them. Then progress moving randomly without any real plan to achieve target or milestone. Then they do not understand meaning of planning. So that safety is a remote understanding for all of them. They neither stand to know and understand safety, nor have any concern about SHE, safety health environment, no safety plan operating on project. Quality is not known to any of them. They do not know about quality assurance, no quality plan operating on project. It's about 2010. Comparison of project for management is another world for them. They do not realize power of IT. I was surprised when after that, I was surprised they don't realize power of IT. I was surprised when a director questioned me why they were required computers when I had to manage construction. Well, nonsense statement really. He asked me whether I would play games on computer. I replied angrily on his statement and he was made chow. They were surprised on my mails to them. They generally replied in matters. As I said, they were surprised on my mails to them. They generally replied on hard copies and in Arabic that had no meaning for me. How to operate internet or internet is a remote world for them. Then I say all knowledge areas, that is say scope, we say scope first of all, then quality and time, three items: scope, quality, time, cost, risk, human resources, procurement and communication, remaining absent from project management of this project. It's how, as explained in foregoing, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia operates in certain orders. After that, I say knowledge and surveillance. Then, in case of registration by employee, they deduct 2 months of remunerations as penalty for living, causing damage to company. This deduction they call compensation to company or organization. I also lost my settlement dues. Now I'll say on this, let me go to show you this list which I just read to you better, because I have to further move on comments. Get lost, yaar. This man fuckers, idiots, stupid guys. Go myself. I think maybe one or paste more on this. Then I'll say now it's particular references I'll talk of. Particular references is an important item. Let me see who is there on. Is there? You can actually read this. Mrs. Jugal, welcome. And who is there? So I read this now. Particular reference: deteriorating project quality and bad performance. This is here. This hospital now in that was at that time in construction. Is what is it is now actually must have built by, because this is about 10 years before, because I did not publish this because it was not in interest to give something bad about someone in progress. It's not my intention. My intention is only for educating people, not to. Now, what a salient feature of performance that's important. So till now I was telling components of that one, and now I was conducting bad quality or ignorance on that project. But now it's that project running for, at that time it's running six years. It was running for 6 years, and it achieved physically 75% that time, and management principle applied only to an extent 20%. 20% indicating non-existing project management. If it's only 20%, you cannot say it's managed wrongly, it's organized properly. Now I made a table for this, reference to table results below. No one is interested to improve. You can improve only those who are interested, but those who are not interested, it's not possible to teach them. It's impossible, rather. No. Now, work quality is substandard. Work quality is substandard. In general, no operation of systems and project not expected to complete soon at that time, and no time management, no cost management, no other required management. You know what were problems, actually were issues of concern that we should worry about. Now it's a lead lining. Lead lining, lead is a material. Lead lining not provided as specified in walls of operation theatres, rooms that can lead to radiation leakage to patients. Lead lining prohibits this, it stops that. That was not provided. Then you can say theatre rooms that can lead to radiations leakage to patients and medicos, other staff and general public. Block walls constructed with thinner lead Linsky, lining inserted in. It's risky, detailed, constructed, safety is at risk. Main building tower, what it says. Main building tower and other buildings, portions, corridor, marbles provided only 12 meters. 12 millimeter for specified 12 thick. And see other building portions, corridor marbles, provides the main building tower and other building portions. Corridor marbles provide only 2 for specified 20 thick. Contractor says that is a delivery by mistake. Delivery by mistake. You can see yourself. What is actually when we get some specification, everything is written in that, should be written in that. But if we comply, if we just during import, we comply something wrong. Yes, yes. Now further moving, it's well understood that it's making profit only. Now false ceiling, you know where it's fixed. It's internal ceiling where something is in floors. You want to hide that from views. That is where false ceiling is. After that, let's go false ceiling. I said just now, I was just thinking how to chart it out. False ceiling. I showed to you sketches last time also. It's because I can't show you. It's in same mobile. So I can show you later on. Now, provide 2 week. This false ceiling suspension hangers provided 2 week. Many faults of suspension system. Manufacturer systems. What I don't know. Every day they disturb for nothing. Without nonsense people they are. Wasting time of themselves and others. I don't know what they want. Let me see what they want. I will teach them a lesson. False ceiling, I said. What do you want, you stupid guys, you idiots, police man, you stupid national and international people? Hell with you. Get lost from here, you nonsense guys. Bastards you are. You have no other work except to show this nonsense. Stupid. Showing organs. Nonsense. Masturbating on this. What to call these people? Rats and mouse. No work to do. surprised. False ceiling suspension hangers provided too weak. Many faults of suspension system have been noticed by contractor. Clips of system are too bad in manufacturing or production. Just imagine had drops been on patients after commissioning, what would have happened? I repeat this. False ceiling suspension hangers provided too weak in strength. Many faults of suspension system have been noticed by contractor. Clips of systems are too bad in manufacturing or production. Just imagine had drop been on patients after commissioning, what would have happened? It's one part waterproofing. Applied on roofing, waterproofing is applied on roofing and other wet areas do not work efficiently. Foam concrete is allowed to exposure for many days that permits cracking on its surface. Most dry walls are not specifically sound in design and installation. These are not properly aligned due to bad material and inferior construction quality. Wooden doors, wet areas means like kitchen, like bathroom, like that's called wet area. So wet areas, lamination is not to comply with specified density, and that is wooden doors. In majority of cases, consultants' comments were overlooked by by engineers, particularly government engineers. Mechanical installations were placed in long back, or mechanical installation I'm talking, which includes HVAC as well, were placed in long back, years back, and for years back, which are getting corroded. For example, chill water piping, chiller equipment, chill water pumps, air handling units, etc. to mention list. Electrical installation also getting adversely affected as I have been waiting commissioning for years. For example, generators, silencers, etc. Time is being wasted on modifications and reworks in name of winning more extension of time and making more monies. Longer granted extension would simply mean further quality deterioration. Quality deterioration. In general, head office as well as project personnel are too poor in professional qualifications and experience to successfully carry out such type of specialist project. It's unfortunate that this prestigious project has been allowed such low profile treatment by Ministry of Health professionally. More than 75 engineers and more than 15 project managers have moved out of this project. Say 75 engineers and 15 foremen have left this project. Have left this project to see. More than 75 engineers and more than 15 project managers have moved out of this project. No records are available with contractor of project history. Every project manager has to step in and start new without any input. Contractor bypasses consultants all times by getting government influence for whatever problems are faced by contractor. Contractors now well equipped with capacity and potential to deliver project in defined time with successful performance of contract. So I should say project management plan affected without operation and knowledge areas integration, resulting in all delays and inefficiency on project execution. I'll give you just glimpses of this text which I just read to you, so that just you have a look only. You will not be able to read that, but just witness that this is there. I started with that. No. Then also, let me finish this 2 or 3 pages more. I'll show some glimpses also of that. Now let's see. This is just pages I showed to you. I know you can't read from there, but this I think this file is available on URL. You can read that. I think so. I remember. Go and see that. Now working management status analysis. I'll do some analysis on that. Now what actually this is a calculation which result has reached, what percent of management achieved. I have written this working management analysis title, then management points I have taken is scope of charter, is scope on project charter, and I have taken quality assurance, time, contextual real, cost issue, risk factor, human resources issues, procurement, communication, total quality management. Now what I have actually these forms are. What is that? I mean, let's tell you first. For example, this is rather than this is point scope. So I taken point let's say 5. Now what are these 5? There's title number 1, number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These are management points. Alright. Now scope on project. If you say number one is item number one in this valuation or this chart says define work. Number two says His Excellency King. Number three says sponsors like that you see. Number one, number two, number three. Sorry, I can't see anything. You can see here, you can see this. So one is define work, number two is assist, number three is sponsors, number four bank, number five is contractor, number six is contractors, seven is stakeholders, shareholders, and this is unclear requirements. See this also five there. Sorry, and then it's number 8, then number 9, 10, this is there. Number 9 is no research, and number 10 is no correlation, no correlations are. Then I'll go back and I'll start. For example, I'm taking here now management point are taken scope, let's say scope is 5 number again. Because the scope is number 5, then quality is number 2, time is 2, contextual time and so say and risk factor 2, cost 2. Then human resources 2. And then this is total is 18. Total is 18. Total quality management evaluation out of 80. Out of 80, how this 80, that's another table. And this is 18. Total quality management earned value is 20. Let us see now what it says. In the scope we say number 1 define work. It says structure no better. The other one is that is structure no better. This is in quality, structure no better. Time initial okay, initially. Cost issue no initial budget. Risk factor contract time lost. And human resources all changes no retention. And procurement no procedures defined. Communication no number IT. Relating now this I can say like losses, like budget real time loss in say high degree of incompetency scope, no section working, that is in procurement. Is no section working. Idea of then it is no training arrangements, no resources. no accounting codes applied, no language used, price rise relation. Then no. Umesh says similarly no rework budget, too many, no rework budget, price rise relation, no training arrangement, no account place size. Then you can say another one, no safety arrangements, no central management, external links. Then you can say salaries delays often, accounting inefficient, no records, and also no development staff delays often, old system operation. And then let's say that claims issue from salaries delays often, accounting inefficient, no records. Then you can say profit data, materials losses unrecorded, frequent transfers general, no statistics, only forms. Insufficient of execution, there is no capacity building, no efficiency, no tracking. So then no integration, no data, no study for items below. You can see that. No updates, no correction, no management process. These are few points. If you, I can say, just switch this table. I'm unable to switch this table. How much I can say, I can do that. It's not getting in actually. Just a glimpse of that you see. Well, the file is available, no problem. Just there on that you can see that file. That's not a big problem. Now I'll go to some of the point and that's just Now what it says, sinking ship in 3 columns, sinking ship in all columns actually. All columns are telling this project is going to sink. And what note says, not I wrote it, this table gives an operating management plan. This table gives an operating management plan to merely 20% efficiency that can not be considered right for a good project. Implementation standards. Accept scope which operates to some extent. All areas are operating on too low profiles. Contractor is working in darkness and it's not interested to see light of day. Future project is a mistake if not controlled immediately. Lost finances cannot be recovered. Nobody knows losses. Sponsor or owner has to contemplate either to close business or face high profile losses. Owner is encircled by non-professional, unqualified managers that do not competently know their jobs. They do not seek treatment for any improvement as well. Overhauling of entire management profile has been made to survive in future. All plans are required to be introduced and implemented. Works have been moving just like laymen often walk. They do not know what they are doing and what has not been done. Then no concrete direction. and no honors are being default, no congratulations and honors are being default. What contracting honor intends to contract? And then what contracting, no direction honors are being full, what contracting honor intends to achieve is not clear, least bothered. Client or client gone silent on efficiency. Consultants are passing time without resorting to strong action contractually. This is my comment on this. You can see comments at least. If nothing else. So this was comment on this one. I'll now go back. I'll show you certain photographs. So I think I should have. This was that one. Because this is a very important project. And is that? Is that? I like to show you. So first of all, see, you can see side photos that can help you. Just see if you can see from here. No, you can't see from here. It's not possible. Let us see. Let's show you. I showed already to you yesterday, but just for a glimpse, you see there's a boundary wall of my project, and I'll show selected only, not all. And then you see the kind of one area. Then I like to show you something. Let's say remote from remote, what building is all about. And then I like to show I like to show some defects as well, that's more important rather than showing the building. And go to different parts of this. camp. They're just fixing something here. I'll say, yeah, I think much like that. You'll see what I show. You can see that. How the system works. We wanted to break it actually. There's a broken coming down, already coming down, and see this one, other one, you see that. And anyway, you can say. I'll close it now. No. Well, I'll continue with the one. Let me see who gentleman is there. Thanks, Mahendra Singh. Okay. Now my purpose, as I explained to you, this hospital issue means if people are not serious, and if you employ people who are not experienced or committed, you may have any number of people, howsoever large staff you have, if they're not serious, anywhere in the world, all places in the world, if they're not serious, you cannot move. Defect, there's no meaning of defect in construction if you are serious. And if you delay job because you want to survive in that job, you don't have any other job, I think that is nonsense. Why do you think you don't have a job? If you are working, if you are an efficient person, you shall certainly get jobs. It's question of time. But it doesn't mean you start showing negligence, or you start sleeping or sitting. That's not required. And on top of that, quality, if you do not know how to work with quality, then you have to learn. So simple. I used to see some people start calling that this consultant is finding out observations all time. He doesn't give us one time what should be done, what should not be done. And there were so many vendors and also our friends talk like that. I don't accept this type of complaint, because consultant has to do consultant's job, contractor too has to contractor's job, and sub-vendor has to do sub-vendor's job. And you are all working in a system, and that is quality system. Nobody is free of that these days in 2019-20. or that time too, no one was free when you claim that you are certified quality person. They say ISO 9000 certified, though I don't believe that. You are certified by that agency who is appointed by, who is registered by ISO 9000, that you are complying with that system. When you claim that you are complying with that system, there is no meaning that you don't comply with that system. So simple. Now, if you are complaining that consultant is not questioning one time, question was not able to write observations one time, this time he writes one thing, next time he writes another thing, why do you complain? My question is very blunt. Particularly those who want to take excuse of this. They used to take this excuse until I was not there, and maybe their excuses used to work. Even contractors, engineers used to take this, always complain that this, and this was so smartly, they're so smartly doing this, they convince even owner of this company that consultants like that. Well, one lift vendor came, he told me same thing during my questioning to him, why you are not, he complained that the C consultant has this on this drawing written this, on that drawing written this, and this drawing written this. So I raised him one question. I don't know from which country he was, from Bishop probably, or I don't know. It doesn't matter from where you are. I raised him one question. You are manufacturing elevators? He said yes. Don't you know your job? He was talking, what do you say? Are you operating quality system, or you are a layman? No, we are operating quality system. When you are operating quality system means ISO 9001 or whatever is applicable to your maintaining, what are your responsibility in that as a vendor, as a manufacturer? Don't you know your responsibilities? Don't you know your people? What is this system? Why are you blaming consultant for that? Is consultant manufacturer of your lift? Is consultant your servant to tell you what to do? Don't you know your job as an engineer or manufacturer, or you are complying with your own methods? Why are you complaining this? Are your engineers not educated? Are you not educated? Then on what basis you got this certification? He's silent. I think in first time in his life he got this kind of response. I told him clearly, I will cancel your contract. Finish. You want cancel? I can already project is delayed. I cancel your contract because you are not complying. You have no right to complain about consultant. It's your job. You do something, you draw, you design it, you draw, you check it, you examine it, you proof check it, and then manufacture. Why do you say that person is not working? That person is, you are paying that person. You are not paying to that. That person is not reporting to you. You are reporting to that person, and you are complaining that person. You are not doing your job. You don't know your job. You don't understand your responsibility, and you are complaining. This person is not. Is that person meant to write to you about what you have to do? You have to give your method statement to that person. You have to give what you are going to do. It's your job. You have to design. You have to deliver. You have everything you have to do. And why you complaining that? This means you are cheating management system. You are cheating quality system. I will complain about you. Then that man learned a lesson. People don't easily learn. They think whatever they say, they accept. That's what I am saying. These people abuse certain powers because they are incapable to do something. They submit to shed responsibility to others. If I am a consultant, I want complete job done. That's it. I am not going to support you if you talk like this. Do your job. That's management. Nothing else. If you are a company managing your job, design, manufacturing, delivering, and with quality, that is your job. You are paid for that, whoever you are. If you cannot do that, you cannot claim that payment, and you cannot claim that you are independently certified person. You are not third party certified. You are cheating yourself. This is different age. Quality means you are responsible.
Because you are undertaking, I am responsible. You are undertaking that you will do this work. Why do you complain then? You self-examine, you self-proof check, you do self, and then if there is some question, you answer. If consultants write something, it's a question mark on you. Why consultants writing? Because you left or you answer to that consultant, your question is not relevant. You prove that. Why do you expect somebody else should work for you? Yes, in cooperation everything is possible, but that is face to face. You cannot complain that because you wrote that consultant should not write anything to you. You finish it your way. If I am consultant, I will reject your drawing and you can say and clearly order that you are not suitable for this job. Kindly go away, and I will recover all lost costs from you. If you do like this, conduct like that. That is my action. Responsibility, obligation, accountability must be committed. If you are responsible and cannot do job, you have no obligation on to you, you cannot dispose your work properly, then you are not professional. Professional means professional. This means expert. This means having advanced knowledge, update all time, and deliver something that operates and performs without defects, but within tolerance. If you cannot do that, you are not qualified. Finish. That's it. This is not your world. This is a world for quality. System demands quality. System demands performance. System demands action. System demands durability, and that's what I say, reliability. If your product is not reliable, your service is not reliable, you are not a professional, whatever you are. If you can't be relied upon, which means if your work is not well designed, which is not safe, and your work is not, you can say, servable, your work cannot serve other party for whom it has been done, and that your work cannot continue for duration it was intended for, that is called durability. Means your work should be that much strong, that much powerful, it should have that strength, you can say workability for intended duration of this design. You cannot say that you are reliable. Reliable means completely reliable. Means you commit what you say, you perform what you say, your designs are good, performable, and your deliveries are performable. Only then you are a professional manufacturer, you are a professional service provider. Otherwise, you are not that. As you are claiming, you are representing falsely, completely falsely, and false representation is a crime under law. Though we are not going to prosecute you, but only prosecution is that you are deprived of this job, you are terminated. That can be acted upon, but no engineer shall like to do that because it delays project. So there are options. Either you force that person or ask that person that though you are subcontractor, I'll force your honor, means our contractor, to force you to recover this amount and time lost, or your main contractor is responsible. This point we have to be clear upon. There is no personal goodwill or ill will between anybody or somebody. This is question of work. If you are work successfully, everybody works successfully. If you do not work successfully, unsuccess is there on way. So one should be strict. It's not question of submission or pleasing someone. I am not there to please you or please someone, because pleasing is not my job. I am not living to please you. I am living to work for work. Mr. Ghulam, okay, welcome.
I am working there for work and not for you, your pleasure or your unhappiness. It's up to you if you feel happiness or unhappy, I don't care. When you are on job like this, you will succeed, otherwise you will not succeed. People will abuse you all time. One should be strict on principles. You see, it's not clerical job, it's not poem, it's not story, it's not drawing or art. It is job that impacts upon resources. Resources used by everybody. It impacts upon honor and before other nature, because all resources are extracted from nature or from earth. All. And if it comes in way of development, if honor spends money and that money is not well properly used, as I said, quality, cost and time, these three knowledge areas are not achieved. If I'm not getting, I'm getting this item delivered in say time and same cost, but quality is lost, then cost and time got no meaning for me, for professional, for honor and for specialist. If these points are not respected, maintained, that is time, cost and quality, product is, you can say fake, I can say defective, and defective product is always rejected. Because you are paid, you are not doing free, you are not doing any obligation, you can't be paid, but penalized otherwise. That is called organizational power. This is what contract is about. That's why I tried to explain contract in the beginning of this video. What is contract? What is constitution? What is statute? What is bylaw? What is regulation? What is the meaning of contract? All that. Only to understand that we are talking of management, which is much about contract, which is a procedure, which is a system, which is a demand to fulfill your contractual obligations. Contractual obligations mean not only by contractor, also by employer, and also by professional. All are involved directly or indirectly on contracts. Not part of contract, not stakeholder of contract, but on charter of project. When you say charter of project, means charter of project, which means that project which was that charter which was derived in beginning by honor. This is, everybody draws charters like honor is honor. He has some plan for that project. I am going to invest this money on this project. I have this field, this scope at end. I'll get this benefit. I'll invest that money further, and this is my project. There are so many stakeholders in that project. What is scope of that project? What is the benefit of that? What's market value of the project? Who are shareholders? What benefit they'll get? What benefit public shall get? What society shall get? What nation shall get? All these are in development of honor. It's a government as well. Government or some corporate body or some society or someone or international arrangement, and then contractor. Yes, based on that charter, he has a whole charter of this project. What shall we do? Our company, is it worth for our company or not? Is it worth for our stakeholders or not? All that. And also then contractor, and after that our stakeholders are professionals too, are stakeholders, and there can be some other partners, for example subcontractors or manufacturers, all that. So it's complete variation. It's complete variation that we have to understand. It's complete variation. It's not that easy as we can simply talk. No, it's not that. It's very complicated arrangement. Until we cannot understand, we cannot understand. And once we understand, we can very well understand. I think I had something like that. If I can find it immediately, I'll show you what I'm talking about. That's very important point from every aspect. Sometimes I remember some file, I'll try to find it out. Let me see if I can find it out. It's available on my this. Let me see if I can. Project management. Which one is that? No, it's not that. It's something else. It's not that. No, it is that one. Project management. Yes, that one. I'll show you this one. Hold on. Hello, this is Singh. This is video for construction project management. Construction project management. The house. Construction project management. The overview. Thoughtful areas. It's for engineers and managers. Just forward. Project requirements. This is customers for modifications, the legal requirements for implementation, laws, social needs fulfillment, project management concept, project management objectives, analysis to understand who are involved in civil engineering project management industries. This is part 4, project stages, quality, time, risk factors, risk impacts, procurement, communication continues, then project stages, continue, client and owner, chart of publisher, etc. Implementation stages, part 8, updates, work changes, payment certificates, communications to stakeholders, engineers communication to client, part 10, what areas of knowledge has been refreshed, project requirements, project initiations, project charter, planning for all stages, execution and monitoring. My purpose was to show you as the last time I've done this. Maybe people didn't notice it. It was just a brief of that. It's 35-page document. This gives complete details about management. You can go to that file and it's available on some reference. You can see this gives you complete stages from initiation and including owner, including consultant, including you can say contractor, and each sequence is defined how to move further. Which means a complete abstract of execution and before execution design. And it's informative one in brief, means it's not a big book, small book, but with based on detailed thoughts. So that was sole purpose of that, and because we are moving with knowledge, further knowledge, and develop more and more, and knowledge development is done only when project moves, when lessons are learned, and lessons are learned, which is very important aspect of management. Lessons learned Lessons learned should be on records, not simply individual basis but organizational basis. If you cannot record those lessons, then you miss a lot, because you are learning lessons from work, not from university. And these are factual lessons. Every activity teaches you, and you learn while you teach others. So these lessons means risks are there and solutions are there, and that's are lessons how you dealt with those risks. Those must be on record, and whoever is, you can say, kind of library, a small library on your project, which can be referred by all professionals and others who you may refer to them as resources to when similar type of problems comes in. So you can refer to those, how did you help yourself to solve them, and that too can be used. Means it's a kind of project teacher. Project acts as teacher to tell you. It depends on, you have to learn on every project and you have to use them in future projects, or you use past one and use on future projects, keeping when technologies also keep coming in, and you have to coordinate, you have to understand, you have to relate, you have to design, whatever is there, those must be recorded. Not only recorded, must be circulated to staff itself, so the staff knows that this, in this situation this can be done, in that situation this can be done. That's very important point, but that is usually, I think, it's not done practically. Some may be doing, but that is nominal, that's not elaborate, that's not very common, because until you know under management what's required, you want to do it, actually everything should be recorded. There are some defects, and that should also be recorded, because you have to learn from defects. Defects are done either by overlook or by, nobody does it with intention, I know that. So how to help yourself solving those defects? Or there's some other problems on contract, how did you solve the problem? For example, now let me say this is now, what is the force measure is ongoing. This is force measure, so you know what's force measure. If you don't know, I'll explain to you. Force measure means there's an abnormal situation on a project during contract where it's impossible to run that one, and that's beyond your control. You could never anticipate those situations while you awarded that contract, or when this contract was offered in, this proposal offered in, and those situations are called, for example, war breakouts, or now for example COVID is there, or something else which you cannot help with. So this is called a situation of force majeure. So how you can deal, there can be force majeure of a seismic or some other reason, or whatever is there. Means I'm just saying an example of force majeure. This doesn't mean this is an example. There are technical questions as well, that you design didn't work. So that's also a lesson. And how did you help that one? There was some of the problem, how did you help that one? All these are lessons learned. Some defective work causes, technology was erroneously applied, or you can say, so something happened that was not expected to happen. All these are part of, dealing with project, means how you deal with experience, and do not cause that many mistakes as those who are not very well experienced, or who have a force due to shortage of professionals. Some of the reason I'm saying is, this is a wide spectrum, and it's not only buildings and all, and it must be taken care of, well understood. And I would simply suggest If you are in charge of a project, it's your duty and your benefit also. If one goes to read all documents earliest time, or you can say in least time, so that you understand thoroughly what you are going to do, what is right or what is not right. Maybe there are contradictions in documents itself, conflicting statements may be available, or certain redundant or deficient information is available, which does not mean anything. You must know which is your job, what you have to do, what quantity is there or quantity is not available. You have to find quantity yourself. It depends upon so many requirements. So if you can do that as an individual person, you can take great complete control of that project. And if you miss that, you may be 50 years experience, it doesn't work. Age has a constraint but not total constraint. Means information is information about project. It's very reliable one if you have complete information, and if you don't have that, you are missing your boat. It's more than you are studying university, you prepare for examination. That's only imaginary examination. Even if you fail, nothing happens, you can reappear. But in this case, you cannot reappear, keep in mind. If you fail, means not only you fail, your work fails, your employer fails, and this is in cost-wise mechanism. This is not simple. If you fail, and that's it. You lose project, you lose reputation, you lose everything, and that's what is there. And if you lose that one, you cannot get it back, not easy. It takes, if something happens, you have to improve that. Improve that means cost factor, time factor, and that's very difficult. How you manage that? It's very easy to cause a mistake. It's very easy. Just like I said some time before, there are two opinions about two professions. One is engineer and one is architect. There are two ways. Once again I say, something breaks and something is not broken. If something breaks, that is loss. If something can be replaced, that's not loss. Replacement. Replacement person or person whose work is broken, who is more dangerous? Say, my structure fails. I design some structure. It fails and finishes are available on that structure. The structure fails due to structural failure or structural design, but finishes can be salvaged, or if not salvaged, at least building will not fall if finishes fail. If my plaster fails, rendering fails, if my flooring fails, or if my walls fail, but structure remains intact, by some investment I can remanage, I can reproduce that, or I can retrofit that. But if structure fails, all these finishes go waste. People die, finishes cannot help. But if structure is strong, it is well balanced, stabilized, and foundations are all okay, nothing happens. What I mean to say, think of strength, think of value. If structure fails, everything fails. Structure is a mechanism, finishes are no mechanism. If your project fails in its heart and conscience, in its mind, if it fails, your organization fails, you fail, reputation fails. At least maybe in this country, no, but if you feel so, it fails. You may say, oh, nothing, we hide everything. That is our character. We are not so frank even to declare that we have caused this mistake. This is our nature. We always say, no, we are thinking, we are investigating. This is, animal's excuse.
what you are investigating. Failure is failure. If a structure fails, what is left to investigate? Tell me. If a structure fails, is there something left for investigation? What is left? Something is wrong there. Say yes, we have failed, finish. Why do you access? Investigation is there, commission is there, revision. These people know nothing, what shall they inquire? It's eyes that are seeing, and we are still saying we have failed. So we are different country. We want to hide. And if we hide, we can't learn. Lessons are not learned here. We teach others without knowing what we know. Without understanding what's known to us, we teach others. Everybody is professor. Everybody is professor. Without understanding risks, they are professors. That's what's not bad. We must record failures and lessons learned on projects. It may be design lesson, it may be work lesson, or whatever else. In whatever element, whatever component we feel, it must be on record, so that at least future is safe for us. People can refer to that lesson, and it can be whatever. It can be whatever lesson. Extensions, delays, failures, technology mistakes, accidents, all unlimited points that we must care, and that is what is project organization is all about. As I said, management is something different. It's the wrong word. It's project organization. We have to have organization in such a way that everything is done and by professionals. Professional does not mean only having degrees. It must have vast concept, clear concept what we want to do. It's not simply that I have taken documents and I will do that. Understanding of documents also requires caliber. Tell me, who reads all documents? Have you seen some engineers before starting they have gone through all documents? No. Oh, we'll take time, we'll read it. And by that time you read it, you'll got many mistakes. It's a good procedure in FIDIC or in NEC, that's new engine contract, that you have to get approval of every drawing, every material, everything, and you have to propose your work execution statement, you have to propose your method statements, everything prior to start of permanent works. Means one is execution statement, method statement, one is each activity method statements. You have to submit and get it approved, get it agreed by both parties, between both parties, that we'll do like that. This means you are forced to submit materials for approval, you are forced to submit drawings for approval, you are forced to submit methods for approval, and until these are done, you are not allowed to move activity. At least you will be forced to go through all documents. You have to also give your financial status, your cash flow. You can only when you know everything. So 2 months time or 1 month's time, that's called mobilization period. However it is, you sit in and concentrate on them, at least prepare something. If you do not know what you are going to do on project, you cannot even produce level 1 schedule or master's. You cannot forget level 2, level 3, 4 or 5. You cannot do that. So once you are forced to do something, that compulsion will make you understand what the scope is. Just reading a scope in 1 page in the start of a condition is not enough. If this is the scope of this project, you have to go in depth to find maybe unknown secret items are there which you will never even imagine, and you have agreed with price. Something will be nice. So you are going to do that job. You must have clear conception of that. That's my use. I always do that. I take time. I never hurry up. Okay, mobilization is something else. Mobilization period is 30 days, and 30 days period is quite adequate to understand. You can understand 10 days if you are so smart. Because once you are used to working on projects, 1 page is I'll just go on page and see what's there. You will find immediately which section is there,
which method is, where is this clause, where is that clause, all this, and where are specifications, project specification, general specification, other specification. You go through them very fast and see which one I have to learn. Means you will find within 1 week or 10 days complete analysis of that, right? And then later after you can do, later on you can gradually find, means at least you can start just like appear an examination. If out of 10 questions, I'll do 4 5 questions. I don't know which, I know nothing about them. I'm failure, and you are in panic. But when you sit there for half an hour, see, okay, I can do this question at least. I understand. Start one, then start two. When you are very out of nervous state, you start doing that question answer session. That happens with your project. That you have to do homework. And if you don't do homework, of course you have to work 18 hours a day, 20 hours a day. It depends on how much, what's your intelligence level. That's important. Some people don't have intelligence level, they suffer. Then you have to create your intelligence. I don't say you are not intelligent, but you are not using that intelligence. That's different. If you are not intelligent, you can't pass engineering, forget that. You are intelligent, certainly, but you are not using that soul power. Your energy is used somewhere else. That's all the difference. You have to concentrate for 15 days, then you will move project very comfortably. You will talk to, you will interact with those people who are responsible for your work, and to whom you are responsible. They are responsible, you both are responsible, all are responsible. You will have, reliable meetings with them, constructive meetings with them, and you can say innovative meetings with them, and you will start giving proposals to them, and that's required. Once you start giving proposals to them, it can be done this way, that way, that time they will know you have gone through all that. Otherwise, they will ask questions and you will not answer, you will not respond to them. They will simply say the person is not reliable, he has not gone through project. Means your approval shall be a question mark in that, because without approval you can't stay on a project. This is law. Means you, not your visa approval, I'm talking of your position approval. Means on that project, if you are key personnel or key leader, you must have that approval. So with that I close this. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll continue tomorrow with same which is left, and then I think maybe day after tomorrow or something I start just two points. One is detailed study of II charter, that's one, and then FIDIC. These are very important for me and for you, because institution will not do this, we have to do ourselves. I have done it, nobody cares. Institution management doesn't care, I don't listen. It's for me, this charter is for me, not for institution. This is addressed to every member. This charter is addressed to members of institution and not to institution. We have to take that point. This is law of land. This is not a piece of paper. You have to understand value of this. This is above statute, but we do not understand. I have gone through many charters of England. I know what's the meaning of that. Thank you very much. Bye.